Alright. Okay. Brain has to be on for a little bit. Oh boy. Alright, let me make sure I read the note that I wrote for last time. Because last time I got a guilty verdict. Which is not what I wanted. So, we're good. Got first today. The speed at which first has been claimed the last couple streams has been astounding, frankly. How's it going today? I do have the note down. I do have it down that I actually know what I did wrong last time. I watched over the beginning, so I know what we did. I know what I missed. I'll load it right up. Oh god, we're right here? Oh, this is where we start. I forgot. I forgot this is where we start. I see. Goodness. Let me wait a moment. Let me wait a moment. Jeez, that was fast. Also a bit burpy today. Gives us some time to appreciate the judge. We can just appreciate Judge for a moment. Is the judge ever named in this series? I hope he is. It'd be funny. You can save at any time, so it should start you right where you left off. Yes, I think it was just exactly where we left, so. Oh, how's it going today, Hecko? What do we have in terms of the court record? Okay, so we just have... We have everything here. Understood. Understood. Alright, we have everything, though. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Alright, yeah, the last time we saved was right... It was at the very beginning of the trial. I did not save before, like, in the moments before I messed up, so... We have to go through this part again. Prosecution will show that the court that on 2:30 p.m. on October 15th, defendant, Mr. Will Powers, killed fellow actor Jack Hammer in Studio 1 of Global Studio, which we know is wrong. Is it possible for anyone else to have committed this heinous crime? The evidence presented during the trial will all point to this fact. I see. Very well. I would like to move on to some testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution may call its first witness. Judge is just judge, no matter who he is. Like, in much later games, there are occasionally different judges, but none of them are named. They're just judge. I kind of... You know what? I feel like that's actually better. It actually is better. Hi, what's going on? Oh, detective. Detective, if you would briefly describe this case to the court. Yes, sir. I'll explain with the guide map here. To understand this case, it's important to grasp the layout of the studio, see? This here is the employee area. Yep. The actors did a run-through of their action scenes during the morning here. This is the main gate to the studios. Security lady that works at the studios was here at 1 p.m. on that day. Yeah, she was really good at her job. Oh wait, there's at least one named judge in the Great Ace Attorney series. I imagine for story reasons. Past the security station, there is a gate. Past that are the studios. There's Studio 1. This is the scene of the murder where the body was found. On the day of the murder, October 15th, there were only 3 people here. Victim Jack Hammer, the defendant Will Powers, and a young woman, the production assistant, who is not named. All the production staff were in the employee area until noon. Then after lunch, the victim, Jack Hammer, went to Studio 1. Right after that, at 1 p.m., the security lady got to the guard station. Now, jump ahead to later that day, 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Needless to say, the rehearsal's canceled. Time of death was 2:30 p.m. Samurai spear was lodged in the victim's chest, was the murder weapon. That's the case in brief. And I remember there are a bunch of issues with how this happened. I listened to that whole thing again. Skip it. I got it down. I could probably remember that. Murder weapon was a spear. How medieval. Samurai spear added to the court record. Your Honor, this case is quite simple if you ask one question. That question is, what did the security lady at the guard station see? Understood. Let's call the security officer to the stand. Oh yeah, we have to listen to this lady go nuts again. Will the witness declare her name? Hmm? Oh god, she's gotta be weird again. Aren't you a handsome fellow? I'm afraid I'm a bit flustered. Your name, please. We get to have this again. We get to do this again. But dear, no need for you to be embarrassed. Just call me Grandma. Oh man, that's some gilf stuff I do not want to get into. I didn't even want to get into this last time. Your name, please. Seems Edgeworth has a bit of trouble getting his witnesses to say their names. Wendy Oldbag, dearie. So just call me Grandma. It's practically, yep, there she goes. Yep, there she goes. Not even gonna bother trying to read that. I'm gonna take a drink of water. I object to the witness's talkativeness. Objection sustained! The witness will refrain from rambling on the stand. Grandma, I'd like to flee. You're not wrong. I was just getting to the good part, dearie. Perhaps we can get to the testimony. The witness was stationed at the main gate on the day of the murder, correct? Yes, see, I was. And to get to the scene of the murder, someone would have to pass by you. You know your stuff, dearie. You may begin your testimony. Sure is one hell of an old bag. Alrighty. Let's see it again. I have to remember everything. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Poor old Hammer and the rest of the... had been doing a run-through there since the morning. I had some errands to run that morning. It was 1 o'clock when I got to the guard station. When I was at the main gate from then until 5. The murder happened at 2:30, right? Interesting to me, because a certain man walked right by me at 2 p.m. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading toward the studio. Solid defendant, then. Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I have to press... I know I have to press... Alright, I have to remember what I did last time. Crap. I've been doing a run-through there since the morning. Had some errands to run that morning. 1 o'clock when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate from there until 5. Murder happened at 2:30 p.m. Interesting to me because a certain man walked right by me at 2 p.m. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was heading towards the studio. I think I have to present the picture first. I throw down the picture. Let me get this straight, Oldbag. Or Mrs. Oldbag. You've been saying since yesterday that you saw Mr. Powers, correct? But you're talking about the man in this photo, aren't you? Just a moment, Mr. Wright. Let me see that photo. What is this exactly? None other than the Steel Samurai, defender of Neo Old Tokyo. Miss Oldbag, is this the Mr. Powers that you saw? Of course. Didn't your mama teach you any sense, Sonny? Anyone can play see that's Powers, right? No, they can't. Well, I mean, I wonder. True, Mr. Powers does play the role of the Steel Samurai. But that doesn't mean Mr. Powers is the Steel Samurai. Got him. I remember this bit. I know that I wasn't born yesterday. No one in this court is accusing you of that, witness. He's having trouble calling her old bag, apparently. However, you do not have proof that the person in this photo is Mr. Will Powers, do you? Huh, nosy old man. No, old? Of course I have proof. Huh? Even Edgeworth is surprised. I remember. I'm starting to remember what happened last time. The witness. Please make known all the information in your possession ahead of time. I don't know. Everyone would be so nosy. You should be ashamed, all of you. This lady is weird. Show that photo to the young detective. Tell me this isn't any good as evidence, pal. Didn't even give it a second look. Wow, old Wimback has left even Edgeworth speechless. She's good. Power of the old man. Of the old lady, I mean. The old bag. I was trying to say old bag, but I got to old man. I think it's just because the judge showed up. I never say anything I don't mean, mind you. That morning, during the run through the action scene, saw Powers trip and fall. Wait, why are you down at the rundown? Broke one of the props, it was a big mess. Apparently, he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Now look at that picture. He's dragging his legs, see, clear as day. That's how I knew it was Powers, happy? It doesn't explain why the outfit is so... It doesn't explain why the legs of the outfit are dragging. You gotta be hiding something. I'll press her till she squeals. Okay, so I just gotta... I know I have to press everything, but I forget which one it is. During the run through the action scenes, I saw Powers trip and fall. He broke one of the props. Oh, this is the one. He broke a prop. Sure did. His own samurai spear. Samurai spear, the murder weapon. I was there with my duct tape to fix it. This strikes me as a significant detail. I better write this down in the court record. He sprained his ankle pretty bad. You can see he's dragging his leg clear as day. That's how I knew his power's happy. I mean, that doesn't really look like... Are you absolutely sure? Let's take a look at the picture again. It looks more like it's somebody shorter than him wearing it. Does look like he was dragging his foot. See? You didn't trust me, whippersnapper. I mean, no, it looks like somebody who doesn't fit the outfit is... I have a question. Why are you there in the morning? Who was present at the run-through? Well, let's see. There's Powers. He's the Steel Samurai. Then poor old Hammer, the evil magistrate. And me. And what exactly were you doing? Observing. Just observing. What about the assistant? Oh, she was off moving backdrops around and such. So she didn't see the run-through then. Okay, what was the... I remember that... When was it? Apparently he sprained his ankle pretty bad. Was Mr. Powers' ankle badly sprained? Not so bad that he couldn't walk around. He went to his dressing room to rest up after lunch. Thus the nap. I saw him dragging his foot when he walked. I think we've heard enough, haven't we, Your Honor? There is one thing that bothers me, which is... Where's this Steel Samurai costume now? That we don't know that. And Jordan's just, huh. Didn't think about that. Actually, well... We couldn't find it. We're looking, though. Anyway, that's not important. The witness did see the Steel Samurai, yes. That look of smug superiority is amazing. It is clear that the person in the Steel Samurai suit was Mr. Will Powers. Suppose that's right. Are you sure you're sure, Your Honor? I'm gonna object. Hold it right there. We keep talking possibilities, but we have to agree that this photo shows the Steel Samurai. Nowhere in this photo can we see Mr. Will Powers. I can't do It's hard to do that loud, you know? Defense has a point. I also wonder if someone else not caught on camera could have killed Mr. Hammer. You have to consider that possibility also. I do love the way that these characters do emote. How they emote. And the ways they do their stances is very cool. I'm going to remove the doubt from your mind, Your Honor. Will the witness continue her testimony, please? No need to ask twice. Let's see. I think this is the bit I messed up last time. The death of poor Hammer's time was 2:30. The only person I saw go in, no one else went there. If they had, I would have seen them. So if no one else went to the studio, then it would have to be this Steel Samurai who did it. Mr. Wright, you may be cross-examined. This is the bit I wrote a note about. I actually know what... I actually figured out what the problem was. Although contrary to his indomitable attitude in the second case, Edgeworth is so caught off guard in this trial. I feel like his normal nerves... are... I feel like his normal nerves are so frayed after losing a case for the first time. Because he did really lose his first case, right? Because they said that before Phoenix Wright beat him in the case over Red White, that he had a perfect record. So I imagine his nerves in the courtroom and his ability to remain stoic is probably shaken, at least in some way. Also, I do know what to present. I will present the picture. Hold on. Look at this photograph one more time. This photo is taken by the camera at the gate for the studios, correct? Yes, sir, Sonny. So, whenever anyone passes by it here, it automatically takes a picture. And here I thought you didn't know your head from a hole in the ground. Right. Anyway. It's also true that the computer in the guard station records all security cam data. Ooh, you know, if you wanted to work at the studio, we might have an opening. That very computer printed out this photo. Note that on the back are the printed the words, October 15th, 2 p.m., photo number 2. Even I know that it was taken at 2 p.m. on October the 15th, really. Actually, I knew that too. The issue here, at the end of the photo, is the bit at the end of the photo where it says photo number 2. Photo number 2. The computer only held data for one photo on that day. Don't you think that's odd? Shouldn't this photo be photo number 1 if it really was the only photo? Oh, yeah, that's actually a fair point. Where's this first photo then? Order. Please tell the court what you mean by this, Mr. Wright. Actually, that's what I want to ask the witness. This evidence shows that not 1, but 2 people went to the studio that day. Yet there's only data for 1 of the photos. Who could have erased the data for the other photo? Only someone with access, the security lady herself. Oh, she's gonna start going nuts, isn't she? The only person I saw that day was Will Powers. But the camera on the gate fired twice. That means 2 people went by. Sometimes gameplay is stumbling onto the right answer while asking a different question. True. The only thing I caught was that when I opened up the VOD from last time, and I was looking at it, and I thought, yeah, it does. Wait, this photo says number 2. Why didn't I question that? And I had the realization about it. I was like, oh. Well, yes, that's what it would seem to mean. Can the witness explain this to the court? I don't understand these newfangled computer things. Edgy boy, help. Huh? Believe me, I want to, but I don't know what this means either. Some help you are. You're a whippersnapper too. Whippersnapper. Something the matter, Miss Oldbag? Ah, that's right. I just remembered something. Let me guess. Someone else passed by the gate. Someone other than the Steel Samurai. Well, yes, I suppose you could put it that way. Wow, she really just is a dingus, isn't she? I see. Your testimony, please. Okay, let's try this. Let's try it this time. Every day after I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Come to think of it, now I remember throwing out 1 photo that day. Why? Miss Oldbag, this is the first I've heard of this. Well, of course, Sonny. I have only just remembered it. This lady has, like, the most plot-relevant amnesia possible. I appreciate it. Right. Anyway, Mr. Wright, please begin the cross-examination. The judge is having trouble trying to keep his brain cells in order. Well, I'd say this is a turn for the unexpected, but I kind of expected this. Me too, Mia. Me too. Or Maya. Sorry, I'm gonna get that mixed up. 2 M names right next to each other, and they're only a syllable off. That's gonna be a pain. After I finish my guard duties, I have one important job to do. Go through the photos recorded on the security. I realize that when I'm trying to read fast, I do the thing. My brain reads faster than my mouth can speak. So I sometimes get further ahead down the line than my mouth is at, and I start talking over myself. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Come to think of it, now I remember throwing out 1 photo that day. Alright, what photo was this? Well, who in the heck was in the photo you erased? Oh, a fanboy. Fanboy? Steel Samurai fanboys, real freaks if you ask me. They get information about the rehearsals from gosh knows where. They're always hanging about. 1 was there that day. Wait a second. Didn't you just say no one else could get in? I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Those were your words. Well, if you must know, there's a drain that goes into the employee area. Ah, the vent. Are you telling me many years before it happened, people were venting to get in? People were venting. Are you telling me we have an imposter who vented? God dang it, we can't escape it even in the past. The memes have become transient. Wright has been loose for a while. It leads outside, and well, that's where they come in. They come in through the drain. I told you they were freaks. Oh, and they're kids. Children. Whippersnappers. Ah, I see. They're children. Kids? So on the photo that you erased, it was a boy, probably 2nd or 3rd grade. Oh. The child. Alright, well, we need to find this child. What? Order, dang it. Order. Let me get this straight. You saw 2 people pass by the gate on their way to the studios that day. One was the Steel Samurai dragging his leg. The other was a boy who looked to be about 2nd or 3rd grade. Oh, yes. Well, we see his type there every day. Can't stop him, can't catch him. A boy in 2nd or 3rd grade. I assume it'd be hard, but if not impossible for a young boy to wield the samurai spear. Impossible, I think. It's quite heavy. Right, as I said, I didn't pay him much mind. That's why I erased the data. Nick, what's going on? I mean, the boy was there. That makes him a suspect. Yeah, and they're already trying to unsuspect him. This court will take a 5-minute recess. I want the defense and the prosecution to consider this new information, and no forgetting vital information this time. Oh, man. I had to mute my mic because I burped really hard. That was bad. Mr. Powers? Yes? Tell me straight. Were you really in your dressing room? You didn't go to the studio. I didn't go to the studio. I was sleeping, honest. This guy is so nervous. He does not like being here. He does not want this to happen. So who is the Steel Samurai in that security photo? How should I know? Steel Samurai costume was off in the corner of the dressing room. Anyone could have walked in and taken it, really. What? Should take better care of that stuff. I couldn't imagine anyone would want to steal a Steel Samurai costume. Geez, that's a... Why is that a hard one for me to say? So where does this leave me? Doesn't look good. Aw, poor buddy. You're the only likely suspect right now. Nick, what are we gonna do? First, we play for more time. We'll start targeting someone else that could conceivably have done this. Right. And it'll take them so long to shoot us down that we can get another day. Right, but if we pick the wrong person, we might lose on the spot. You don't sound very optimistic. I'm not optimistic at all, actually. Hey, Nick, it's time. Okay, let's go. Here we go. What does that mean? Please don't sigh like that. Aw, poor buddy. He's just trying his best. I think he's trying his best. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. Mr. Edgeworth, will you present the prosecution's thoughts on this matter? Prosecution's thoughts are simple. Nothing has changed. The other person who went to the studios is a boy of roughly 10 years of age. Photo we do have may not be hard evidence, but there is still no one else that could have committed this crime. I call for a verdict of guilty for the defendant. Very well. Mr. Wright, your thoughts. The defense disagrees with the prosecution's claim. There is another person who could have committed this crime. I mean... Interesting. Let us hear who you have in mind. However, be aware this court does not look kindly on accusing the innocent. Well, I'm going to save right now. Actually, wait, no. Save here. Save. I'm going to save. I'm just going to save. We might as well not even risk it. You accuse someone who's obviously innocent, you will be penalized. Right. Great. As if the stakes weren't high enough. Who is this person other than Mr. Powers that could have committed murder? I mean, we already know the security lady. I feel like we could play for time by getting the assistant girl to, like, give us some more information. It was the assistant. Steel Samurai costume was in his dressing room. She stole it, and in doing so, she became the Steel Samurai. They're saying the Steel Samurai in the picture is really the assistant. That's correct, Your Honor. What do you mean, objection? If you're serious, you've got guts, Mr. Wright. Remember the photo. Wasn't the Steel Samurai a little lame? He was dragging his foot. Uh-oh. Bad feeling time. Well, wait, no, it could have been... Look at the photo again. Remember the testimony concerning Powers' injury. Powers and poor Hammer were at the run-through. Oh, and me. What about the assistant? Oh, her? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. You didn't know about Powers' ankle. Well, she's also shorter. The assistant knew nothing of Mr. Powers' injury. She could look the Steel Samurai look with that costume. She couldn't walk the Steel Samurai walk. She wouldn't have limped. Wait, I know that stuff. That kind of takes the legs out from under that case. I had to penalize you as I warned. See, I was going to say, why not just go the angle of she's shorter, right? Everybody knows the trouble I've seen. Oh, is that a song reference? They threw that in. Fight isn't over yet. Do it, Your Honor. One more chance. Very well, go ahead. Who is this person other than... It's not the grade school kid, is it? I can't just throw the security lady under, but... Let's just try the boy. It was the grade school boy. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Ah, are you seriously suggesting the boy did it, Mr. Wright? Grade school boy kills veteran action star spear. For one thing, the murder weapon was with the Steel Samurai. You care to explain just how the boy would have obtained it from him? Maybe that was the only dumb move on my part. Maybe. Maybe. How about absolutely, Nick? Are you serious? So the only one I have is the security lady. What? I feel like that one's kind of a weird one. References get littered throughout this game. It's very good. Well, there's the security lady and the old bag. That, I mean, it's kind of... Steel Samurai's dragging his leg in this picture. Means whoever was in the suit knew about the morning's injury. Maybe because they had been watching the action scene run through. Only one person other than Powers and Hammer who knew about the injury. Security lady, old bag. I feel like also that one's kind of weird because it's like, okay, wait. I feel like it's a matter of the logic that if the player can conceivably come up with a chain of logic, it kind of feels weird when you have to go down a specific pathway to get to the answer. Because like, okay, wait, but there is a way this could be good evidence. Whippersnapper. Order. Is this true, old bag? Old bag, that's Miss Old Bag to you. This old bag was standing guard alone at the main gate. She was by herself. In other words, she has no alibi. She could have briefly left her post to steal the Steel Samurai costume and slipped into Studio 1, the scene of the murder. Why would she go through the trouble of wearing the costume? Simple, Your Honor. She knew the camera at the gate would take her picture. She was in his costume. She could point the finger at Mr. Powers. I see. The references are really good. I think if a game can litter in references without them being too... It's kind of like you feel smart or you feel rewarded for knowing the reference, but you don't feel like an idiot for not knowing it, you know? It's like, oh, it just seems like fun dialogue when you don't get the reference, but when you get the reference, you feel rewarded. It's like a little shot of dopamine. It's really nice. Excellent deductive reasoning, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, right here. Sherlock Holmes 2, baby. That's odd. Isn't this the part where Edgeworth pounces? Doesn't he usually jump up with an objection and some new damning evidence? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution have an opinion on this matter? The prosecution has no meaningful objections at this time. What? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, so you all think I did it? Is that it? Edgy boy, don't just sit there, do something. What's my move? Maybe now's my chance to take this the whole way. And I'm gonna press for it. The very same reasoning that makes Mr. Powers a suspect in this case can be used to cast doubt on Miss Oldbag's actions on that day. But why would I do something so horrible to poor Hammer? I mean, his name is Jackhammer, dude. I don't know. You forget that Mr. Powers lacks a clear motive, too. Indeed. That did it. Now Windbag is one of the suspects. No hard feelings, I hope. Wait just a minute. What about the other person who went to the studio? The boy. The one whose photo I erased. He's only a grade schooler, though, as you said. Second or third grade, was it? That doesn't matter. When I was at that age, I could pin my old man in 10 seconds tops. Well, you're also built different, lady, so don't... Your thoughts, Mr. Wright? That boy is not the killer. How can you be so sure? Or is it be nice to the kids and mean to your elders day? Whippersnapper. I have proof. Proof? Indeed. Then let's see this proof, Mr. Wright. You have proof that shows the boy could not have committed this murder. The spear? I'm gonna say the spear. Your Honor, the murder weapon was the samurai spear. That very spear is shown here in this photo. How could the boy have taken the spear? It's impossible. I see. Also, I appreciate that this entire case is wild. Well, would the witness care to comment on this? Windbag. Speechless. This has got to be a first. Very well. This court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for today. Mr. Edgeworth, please find out more about your witness, Miss Windy... What was her name? Something Old Bag, Your Honor. Then the prosecution will look further into this old bag before we continue. That is all. This court is adjourned. Alright, get out of my sight. I don't know why, I just like the judge being... I'm not gonna sit here while I run up barking up the wrong tree, me. I'm talking. Oh, great. Stop the presses. The windbag wants to talk. That lady just cut off our cool transition. Lady really having to throw, huh? To reopen the app. Ms. Zolbag, what is this all about? Have you omitted something from your testimony? Actually, you must know, there was something I was told not to talk about. Not to talk about? By whom? Huh? You mean it wasn't Edgeworth who told her not to talk? Well, testify. My lips were sealed. What on earth happened? Global Studios wanted me to keep quiet about something. There were some other people at the studios on the day of the murder. They said they had nothing to do with it, see? They told me to just pretend they hadn't been at the studios today. If they're gonna go accusing me, I'm not gonna let them get away scot-free. Then who is it? Ms. Zolbag, this is crucial information. Why did you keep this from the court until now? Ain't you been listening? They told me to shut my trap, and I always do what I'm told. No, this isn't a bad dream, Your Honor. Witness the power of the old bag. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. I see. So there is... So who are these other people? Want me to keep quiet about something? There are other people. Okay, who are these other people? Who are these people? Well, the director and the producer, for starters. The director. We should have known something was fishy. How could they have done a run-through of the action scene without the director? Of course. Yes, well, I was surprised no one asked about it. So, where were these people? The director was in the employee area all morning for the run-through. He joined the producer around lunchtime. They had a meeting after that. Where? Oh, in the Studio 2 trailer. Studio 2? There's a Studio 2? Well, if you look at the guide map, here it is. Go through the gate on all the way to the left. The path where the monkey's head was fallen over. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, would you like to continue the cross-examination? I think I've already asked all my questions. No, we're good. Your Honor, we have learned that there are others at the Global Studios on the day in question. The director and the producer and there are some bigwigs were all present. Yet, as we stand here, they have not been questioned. I hold that it is impossible to declare a verdict on the defendant, Mr. Powers. The court acknowledges the defense's point. The prosecution will gather more information about the witness, Miss Zolbag, and more information about these other people we've just been told of. I understand, Your Honor. This ends the day's proceedings in the trial for Mr. Will Powers. That is all. Court is adjourned. For realsies this time. For realsies this time. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I was right to ask you to defend me. Oh, really? It's nothing. Oh, or should I... Did she just... We'll be going down to the studios to do more investigating. We have to find out more about this director and producer. They'll be turning up in the next trial as witnesses for certain. So now's my chance to get material for the cross-examination. So, Nick, have we figured out just who it was in that Steel Samurai costume? Could it really have been Old Windbag? What do you think, Mr. Powers? I don't think it was her, really. Neither do I, Nick. Yeah, I know. Look, I was just buying time back there. Someone had to be the bad guy for a bit to take off the pressure off Mr. Powers. Poor Old Windbag, I feel kind of sorry for her. Well, she wasn't winning any points in there, with or without my accusation. Okay, let's get down to the studios. Alright, we'll be back to visit you soon. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Aw, poor guy. I appreciate Will Powers, but man, I feel bad for him. He's way too nice to want to have anything to do with us. Whoops. I have to press the button. There we go. Ah, there we go. What a day. This is no time for relaxing, Nick. Hey, you think WP's got a chance? I guess that really depends on the people we found out about in today's file. The director and producer. Yeah, them. What are we doing here then? Let's go to the studios. I appreciate that we have to do all the traveling this way. No one's here, right? Now that they have Miss Oldbag in custody. I guess they don't have anyone else to replace her. Hey, in the guard station, look, she left her donuts. What? I wasn't gonna eat them. I doubt that. One. We might as well just go right to Studio 2. There's no reason for us to wait. Hey, Nick. It looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today. You're right. He's probably up to his neck of paperwork after the commotion at today's trial. So, Nick, remember that Studio 2 we heard about at the trial today? It was down that path of the fallen tree, right? Yeah, I think that's what they said. Either the director or the rest of them are there today. Now's our chance. Let's check it out. That was my plan. October 18th, Studio 2 entrance. What's going on out here? This is Studio 2? I thought so. Doesn't really look much like a studio, does it? No, it does not. Hey, there's a trailer over here. It looks pretty sturdy for a movie set trailer. Are we sure this is a studio? I'm gonna examine everything just to look around. I'm curious. On closer inspection, this trailer looks like it's been here for a while. I don't think this is part of some temporary film set. Nick, let's go inside. You think it's okay? Oh, well, it's locked. Aw, shucks. That's locked. These look like materials for making a movie set. They've been sitting here for quite some time. This might as well be a junkyard. This looks like a junkyard, frankly. Looks like 2 people ate here. There's nothing left on the plates. Hey, so they ate T-bone steaks, too. What is it with steaks around here? Hey, there's always room for steak. But something does seem out of place. What? I don't know. It just feels odd. How do I move the... Oh, slide. Oh, I can press a button and slide. I see. Unaware that I could slide. An incinerator. Apparently they just put this one in. It's already covered in soot. They must not clean it much. A light van for moving staff and equipment. Kept it in pretty good shape. Looks like it'd run fine. Let's go for a drive. Sure, if I had a license. Nick, you don't have a driver's license? Oh, look, I have this. Why are you showing me your attorney's badge, Nick? I mean, I get it. If I didn't have to have a driver's license, I would understand. And my man does not need a driver's license, really. Especially in a city like this, Big 2. Probably because it's Studio 2. Probably, though it doesn't look anything like a studio. Down here. There's some flowers here. Wow, so pretty. Taking good care of these. Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. Why is the fence so pointy? You can fall over and just stab yourself on that thing. Am I able to... Can I move anywhere else? No. I'm pretty sure there's something else here, but I don't know what it is yet. Got a whole lot of bupkis here. Bar is on top. Not seem like there's a lot here, is there? These birds are very loud. Every now and then I just get a small flashbang of bird. Don't see anything. Yeah, it kind of seems like we just gotta go back for now. No, I missed something. I don't know, let me go find out. Oh, Studio 1 has something, okay. I don't really want to be in here. Yeah, it is a murder scene. I want to go someplace else. Nick? I'm gonna double check. Haven't touched it. Look at that camera, must toss ton. Yeah, so don't touch it. Well, Nick, you're a star. Stop that. I see. Just messing around, I guess. Okay, so we gotta move back. What? What are we missing here? What am I missing? Alright, I'm missing something outside of Studio 2, but what is it? Able to move. I'm missing something for sure here. Don't know what it is. There's a gate here, so I open the gate. Here. We did the food. I don't know, it just feels odd. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing here, but... Photo. Just photo. What are you looking at here? Am I missing something? This won't progress the story, but investigate the ladder. You right. Let me do that real quick. One. I will investigate ladder. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. Right. Sorry. Girl's out there. It did not progress the story forward, but it definitely gave us some important information. Never judge. Don't judge a ladder based on its family. On its family. Found inside. Funny, I expect spear stabbing will leave at least a few bloodstains. Okay, so we have not found. I don't think we found. I do not really know what I'm looking for. Studio mascot. Apparently it's a monkey of some kind. I've never seen a monkey with a nose like that before. Why don't they put his head back on? Maybe we should ask that assistant. Not sure we really want her fixing anything, and you probably need a crane to move that thing. You know what? That's actually a good point. Where's the assistant right now? Actually, I just thought about that. Where is that assistant? Where is she? Maybe she's outside of the... Oh, you know, I should go to the detention center. How's it going, man? Oh, Mr. Wright. Thank you for earlier. Not at all. Got lucky, to tell the truth. You can say that again. That's not. So, WP, do you have any leads that might get us going in the right direction? Sorry, but no. Sure to tell us anything that comes to mind, no matter how small. We can't rely on getting lucky again tomorrow. Yes. So, do our fanboys sneak into the studios often? No, not that I know of. That security lady's pretty strict with them. But in today's testimony, didn't she say they were often hanging around? The kids really, really love the Steel Samurai. Sneak past when she's not looking at you. Was the director present at the morning run-through? Yes, he was. He was directing how the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate should move. Didn't he tell us that before? Well, just the studio asked us to keep quiet. That's nothing to do with this. I hate to repeat myself, but Nick here's the newbie lawyer, fresh off the bar. When he loses, he's going to lose big. I see. Whose side is he on? You aren't hiding anything else from us, are you? No, I sure hope not. Let's go back really quick. Is there anything else we can... I don't think there's anything we can examine, is there? Another studio van. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy, I can say that much. Oh, I had to fix the thing. Okay. Had to... Let's see. Is there anything else here? Overhead map of the studio. Yep. Oh, and stop doing the thing. That's what I get. I'm a bit confused as to what to do. Mostly just because I know that this game is just finding the right answers at the right place, but... Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of other answers here. Maybe I could check the employee area again? It might be, there might be somebody here. Look, it's that assistant girl. Hello. Hi, WP's lawyers, right? I heard about the trial. Great job, guys. Oh, don't mention it. Is it true they caught the security lady? Oh. Actually, she just called me. She told me to cover up that drain. You mean that one? With the cardboard? Wow, what a mess. She just covered it with cardboard? I know. I'm not so good with handiwork. I'm an assistant, right? Yeah, but you do work on the props and the backdrops, right? Right. Just lots of times they end up looking worse than they did before I fixed them. Oh? Oh, well, I'm sure these things happen. Nothing to worry yourself about. You're right. I won't. Personally, I think she should worry at least a little bit more. If you excuse me, I have to go to the guard station. I'm supposed to fill in for Miss Oldbag. Right. See you later, then. Good luck with your investigation. I examine this anyway. So the fanboy they were talking about in the trial today, he came in through that drain. So it seems. I guess they covered it up in a hurry. Hey, Nick. If that drain's covered, the boy won't be able to get in. Yeah, I think that was the idea. I feel kind of sorry for him, though, don't you? Well, do you want him? Do you want... What? Do you want to rip the grate off? Really, Nick? We can? Oh, is she serious? Uh-oh. Rip it open. It'll be funny. Well, I guess some things are just made to be broken. Yay! You know, Nick, you're pretty swell sometimes. Sometimes? Ah, yeah, there. That should make the kids happy. Things we do. Actually, drain gate is off, and I know who did it. Now the kids will be able to come in again. Doesn't it make you feel great to do a good deed like that? Must be nice to live so free of guilt. The child, they get to come in now. They get to break in and they get to commit breaking and entering. Looks like a castle. Probably Neo Old Tokyo Castle. Oh yeah, bike. Looks like one of those electric powered bicycles. What's the point in an electric powered bicycle? Just buy a motorcycle at that point. I understand that. Oh yeah, but then you can still pedal and it's a bike. But what? But most people are using an electric powered bicycle for the sake of it being an electric powered bike. I don't know about these. I mean, what's the point? Makes it a lot easier to go up hills. When people cycle to get exercise. I mean, that's actually what I was thinking. Was also, yeah, isn't the point of it to do exercise? Like, aren't you supposed to just be doing it for that reason? Seems weird. Remains of other days' lunch are scattered about. Everyone's probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on one of the plates minus the steak. Is there anything? Something in the trash bin? Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum. Huh, so normal. Expect some cool themed snacks or something. Popcorn, at least. Wait, look. Samurai soda. Nick, try this. Be my guest. Okay. Oh, too bad. It's sold out. Really? It really sold that one out, huh? Window into the dressing room. Glass frosted so I can't see it. We're not thieves, but we did take that card key. We borrowed that. There's a difference. Actually, wait. Can we go inside again? Maybe there's somebody in there. Nope. Let me go inside the room. Go in the dressing room. Someone in here? This is where the steel samurai costume was on the day of the murder. That's what Mr. Powers says, at least. I guess they snuck in and took it while he was sleeping. But Nick, what if Mr. Powers hadn't been sleeping? Wonder what the killer was planning on doing then. Oh, she's got a point. What would he have done if he wasn't sleeping? Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here. It's locked. Guess he doesn't open his window much. It's kind of dusty out. There's some regular suits among the costumes. Nothing. I don't think there's anything else here that we need to worry about. Supermarket tabloids. Wow, I'm kind of shocked. Maya, leave those alone. Wolfmen found on Mars? I'll have to buy that issue. Heck. There's just tabloids about wolfmen on Mars. Snacks on the table. Wait, Nick, what now? These snacks, they've passed the expiration date. Don't eat them. Aw, they're snacks. They're meant to be eaten. Not every snack is meant to be eaten. Ray of cosmetics here. According to Maya, this wig was used in some old TV show. Samurai Boogie Woogie. Here with the picture. How could you identify a show just by seeing a wig? I am kind of like Samurai movie. Okay, yes. I think we've done all of these. I don't think there's anything else I can really get from people. I guess we'll have to back out now. Maybe now we can go to Studio 2 and find something. Oh, hello. Oh, you look a little out of place. It's the clothes, isn't it? Thought my camo vest might do the trick. Kind of an alternative guard fashion thing. What? Hey, miss, I have a question. The fanboy. Do kids sneak in here a lot? Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I do see one in particular a bunch. He's always gawking at the sets or snapping pictures. You can see old Windbag's eyes flash when she sees him. He has a bit of trouble catching him, though. So how are the studios doing? There's police wandering around everywhere. It's terrible. They won't even let me clean up. Don't want me disturbing evidence. Haven't even cleaned up our lunch plates from the day of the murder. I mean those plates with the steak bones left over on them in the employee area? Yeah, can you believe it? I heard something at the trial today. They said that the director and producer were here the day of the murder. Oh, sorry. I was in the prop storage room, so I didn't see them. I guess they were here, though. The studio head seemed pretty eager to keep us quiet. They were trying to protect the director? Or the producer, really. Producer's our real star here. We saved these studios from the brink of disaster and kept them running. I don't think we'd still be in business if it weren't for that producer. The producer, huh? So the producer's probably going to be the one we end up talking to. Let's see. That makes sense. Outside Studio 2? Maybe now there's somebody here? Yep, there is. The place is deserted. Oh, Nick. What was that noise? It sounded like it came from inside the trailer. Someone must be inside. Hello? No answer. Pretty suspicious if you ask me, Nick. Let's go in. Not sure we should be barging in. Oh, it's locked. What? Don't we have a key? No, but there's probably one in the guard station at the main gate. What are we waiting for? Let's borrow it. If they'll let us. Ah, so now I have found what we were looking for. Hi, question. I allowed to look inside? Computer that runs the oh. Looks like it's been turned off for the day. Interesting. Off. Wait, did she say we have to come back here for it? Wait. What the, He said back at the guard station, but I don't think we have a means to that. Not to my knowledge. Probably have a police officer on patrol here. Let's see. I don't know why I came back here. Okay, wait. Let me go back to Studio 2. Share door, it's locked. The key is probably in the security guard station. I doubt they'd let us borrow it. Okay. So if I I'm very confused what I'm to do then. Do I just go back and just check? Up here. Security guard station. I can see the computers that run the cameras. Oh, please don't touch anything there. Security lady would knock the stuffing out of me if she knew. I really want the key to that trailer. Maybe next time. So now what do I do? I came back here. But we can't. I do not see how. How are we gonna do this then? Can I just check the door? Oh, crap. So how are we gonna get in there then? Maybe we can ask. Oh, maybe we can ask Will Powers. Maybe he'll tell us how to do it. Something. I don't know. I can't really think of another option. Hey, Mr. Powers, what do we do? We don't have anything. Crap. What to do? What do you think we should do? What do I? Huh? Why don't we do what you just said? We gotta get the scoop on the director and the producer. All right. No point hanging out here. That's what I've been saying. Let's get to the studios. Any ideas? We don't have enough information to make a case yet. That's exactly the same thing you said yesterday. Just admit it, you don't have a clue what happened. That's not enough information. I mean, yes. Crap. I was hoping this would be more educational, but... Can't get into the guard station. I can present her my attorney badge. Not really sure what that is, sorry. She just doesn't know. She does not know. Crap. Now what do I do? Oh, I swear there are parts of this game where I'm like, my brain goes, okay, wait, what haven't I checked yet? It's mostly just I don't know what I haven't checked yet. All right, maybe there was something. Maybe there's something in the dressing room. Maybe he has a key. What the? Where are you dudes, Lamau? Well, who is this guy? Wait, you first. Who are you? You look pretty suspicious to me. Lamers? How could you not know the great Salmonella? God, he is just like Salmonella. He's poisoned. Yeah, it's rough. I make the elite shows. The Steel Samurai, mine. RTFC, read the film credit. What? Really? You're the Salmonella? I'm so sorry. You look so... No, quite alright. Really, it's fine. What is it? You know, on close inspection, do a lot of cosplay because that costume... The Roxors? What the... What is this guy talking about, huh? Buffer overrun? Oh, this guy's a creep. Ew. Triggered my creative powers. Can we please just use the spear and stab him? I think we'd be doing the world a service. Also, I'm pretty sure this guy smells like a high school locker room. It's coming to me. Pink Princess. What is this idiot? Sequel to the Steel Samurai. Pink Princess Warrior of Little Old Tokyo. What is this guy? Why does he have to speak in Raffle and Lamau? Why does it gotta be Little Old Tokyo? I can't have a cool name like Neo Old Tokyo. We really need to talk about cool. Sir, did you notice anything unusual on the day of the murder? Oh, I know who you dudes are. The security lady told you about us, eh? Yes, it was a pretty regular day. We had a run through for an action scene in the morning. God, why does this... I hate him. Crooked, the amount of vile that ran through my system the moment I saw him, I immediately thought, oh, this is horrible. Why do we have to deal with this? Then a meeting from lunchtime in the Studio 2 trailer. I was so busy I didn't even get a chance to eat lunch. Why do you have emojis in your speech? How do you speak an emoji? How are you this built so wrong? Why? What is with your nose? What is with your stupid inverted eyebrows? Why does your hairline look like it's both receding and crawling forward at the same time? Why do your ears look so dumb? Why do you have more than one chin? What's up with your turtleneck? You're wearing a turtleneck and a button-up. That's just wrong. That's incorrect. And what's this towel? What sweat are you wiping away? The sweat of having to breathe? A T-bone steak, was it? Yeah. Suxers. I hate missing out on... This face right here makes me want to stab him. This is the face right here of somebody who needs to die. Like, just... Nick, what does Suxers mean? I have no idea. Anyway, I was in a meeting from noon until 4. Was the producer and some bigwigs from the network? Mr. Hammer's time of death is estimated 2:30. If he's telling the truth, that meeting gives him an alibi. About the producer who is at the meeting with you. Oh, you mean D. Vasquez? De Vasquez? She's a genius. Mad skills all the way. Scary, though. Sweats? Hey, what the... She brought these studios back from the brink of destruction. I imagine this guy talks with an extreme lisp. Like, let me see if I can even do it. It's not the way he looks so much as the way his personality shapes the way he looks. It's the combination of the two things. It's his way of speech and the way he looks that makes me just really violently uncomfortable. Oh my god, this is the guy who gets 2-0'd at a Smash Brothers tournament and says that the person was cheating. This is the same personality. Oh my god. It's like he talks... You know, she's the one that made... I can't put enough tongue on my teeth to talk like that. She's the one who made it possible for me to make the Steel Samurai. I can't... It's so hard for me to talk without moving my tongue. It's like you have to paralyze your tongue to talk like that. You had a meeting with her on the day of the murder, right? Yeah, we were together from noon to 4 the whole time. Who exactly are these bigwigs people keep mentioning? Oh, the boss over at the network and some sponsors. Also a few production guys. They piled into a limousine and got here right around noon. Major attention. Were all of them with you the entire time? Yeah, unfortunately. They're all gray-haired geezers. Sounds like they'd all be reliable witnesses. Huh. Why are you in here? Guess I should have asked why he's in here, but... Alright. Cool. I'm gonna show him the photo, I guess. Actually, yeah, I would like to show him the photo. This is WP, right? How do you know? Well, he's obviously dragging his foot. Alright, the director would know about the injury. He was there. Okay. I try not to pay much attention to things that don't interest me. Why are you staring at me like that? Ugh, what a creep. I don't like this man. Yeah, I'm out of here. I want to leave. This man is... I don't like it. I do not appreciate how he looks. Aha! You again. Oh, God. How rude, acting like you've seen a ghost. Better get back to your post quick. Oh, the police took me away, they did. They pulled out a spare Steel Samurai costume. Told me to put it on. Can you imagine? How could I, a sweet little old lady, wear a giant suit like that? Mr. Powers is pretty tall. As soon as they saw there was no way I could wear it, they let me go. Guess that would rule out her being the murderer. Anyway, know this, whippersnapper. This old lady never forgets a slight or insult. You won't get any information out of me. My lips are sealed. Sure, talking a lot for someone with sealed lips. Starting now. 1, 2, 3. Lady's too much. Security guard station. I can see the computers that run the gates. Hey, no touching. Consider investigate there later. I see. Fuck. The director. By the director, the one who was here on the day of the murder. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Nick, I think she's losing it. About that kid you said you saw. If I see him again, I'm taking him down. He's serious. He's actually gonna kill everybody. She's crazy. Alright, lady, I'm gonna leave you alone. You're fine. I'm gonna go ask... Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go ask for the director. Oh, wait, no, we're good. There. Go back to the main gate. Go back to Studio 1. The outside Studio 2 is happening now, maybe? Maybe we have something we could do here, maybe? Perhaps? Oh, crap. Oh, I'll just have to go back outside Studio 1 again. Oh, maybe Studio 1 has something. Oh, okay. Crap. It's like the way that the director guy talked, I was just staring at him and thinking, oh my god. Just the level of discomfort that man invokes in me. I think it's because every time there's a character who stares at, like, who disrespects women, I'm like immediately just It's one thing to disrespect everybody, but it's another thing to just be like really creepy around people. Like in general, it's you. You know what's the thing? I don't think we've ever. I can't think of any characters in fiction in that it's like you take the idea of the creepy perv guy and reverse it. I don't know if there's any ladies that fit that, because I don't think it's a. I think it's as big as like a thing that people use in fiction. Which is curious to me because I feel like it's something that does happen, and I feel like it's something that should be. Frankly, it should be at least discussed, if not... Like, no, what the child? What's up, child? Hey, wait. I'll bet he came in right through the drain. Hey, Kitty-O. What's your name, sport? Not kids, so don't talk to me like that. Ah, but you are a kid. What a rude little brat. There's no way to talk to an adult. I don't see no adults here. Hippie fashion chick. Hippie fashion? Nick, I think I'm being mocked. Gotta hand it to Maya. She's pretty sharp and pretty mad. I'm Cody Hackins. Oh, I see. Hacking in. I see. That makes sense. Call me Kitty-O again. I'll cut you down where you stand, evildoer. The Steel Samurai. So you're a fan of the Steel Samurai? How dare you utter that name, evildoer? What do you mean? We're on the Steel Samurai side. You can't fool me. Okay, then what was the last line said by the innkeeper in episode 8? Easy. Like some fries with that? Not bad, Kitty-O. Watch it. What are they doing? Hey, you heard anything about the incident the other day? You were here, weren't you? You see anything? He always... The Steel Samurai always wins. Always. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything. What? No way am I telling you, losers. What? Wait. Let me go. Gone. Huh? He fell off the table when he bumped it onto his way out. A bottle? I was sitting here. I want. Able reads sleeping pills. Anyway, what was that kid saying? He saw everything. He went into here. The drain for where the fanboy came in. He didn't waste any time coming in either. Talk about cause and effect. I see. I like how he immediately breaks in the moment he can. I'm gonna go. Guess I should probably go. Question. Whose are these? I try to. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, you know what? This man has nothing else to say important. I do not like this man. If I can not speak to him ever again, I would be appreciated. Oh, where's that old windbag? Out of her to leave her post. Hey! Nick, that was her. Stop, whippersnapper! Yeah, sounds like she's chasing after the boy. What was that dude's face? How's it going, man? Oh, pretty good. We got further ahead on the case, so we're doing well there. I've also been... Man, we have a lot of characters just going on right now. Doing good. How are you doing today, Devil 4? What chapter? We're still on 3. We got further in on the case because we were able to figure out that part that I got stuck on last time. Natch. Oh, she tripped. Maya sure looks happy. In that case, I'm gonna go take that key while we have time. Hey, Nick. And now's our chance. Check out the guard station. Good idea. Oh, this is it, Nick. The trailer key. Key to that trailer in Studio 2. We'll be borrowing this, right, Nick? Alright, let's use that and find out what's going on over at the... What chapter? And yeah, so chapter 3. Yeah, my brain is doing its best to keep up. Salmon. Door. Wonder if the key we borrowed from the guard station will work. Hey, we opened it up. Great, let's go, Nick. Seems eager all of a sudden. Well, you first. Not that eager. Trailer. Who's inside? October 18th, Studio 2 trailer. Oh, this looks cool. Look at all this samurai stuff. Oh, what's going on in Oh. Why does she look like a 1920s flapper and Lisa at the same time? Someone's in here. Names. Oh, our names? We're WP's lawyers and, I see. And who might you be? D. Vasquez, the producer. Ah, so this is D. Vasquez. I like the smoking animation. D. Vasquez, she's quite beautiful. She's nice. I see that there's a certain allure to her. I understand. But anything about the day of the crime? Wondering if you could tell me about the day of the murder. Miss Vasquez? Script. Excuse me? Script. I'm looking for a script. Script. Steel Samurai episode 13. Could we ask you a bit about the day of the murder? I need you to read it. We're getting nowhere fast. We'd really like to ask you about the Steel Samurai. That pipe is really old-fashioned, though. Extremely so. Miss Vasquez, it's on TV every week. That's all I have to say about that. Nick, she's telling us to go watch TV. The nerve of her. Don't get mad at me. Why is she so weird? Oh, the director, Salmonella, was it? What exactly is his role here? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I'm looking for a script. I can't be bothered with anything else. Nick, are all people in the entertainment business this weird? It's starting to look like that. Nick, let's get out of here. Isn't there someplace else we have to check? Probably. Wait. Yes. You see Manila give him this. Why do we have to do your errands? I don't think I like her. Don't cry. She'll take it as a sign of weakness. Alright, we'll give it to him if we see him. Memo reads, bring me the script for 13. Why are you so concerned about the script when your actor is already dead? What do you mean? What do you mean, my man? What does that mean? That doesn't make me feel good. That pipe, though, she looks like she got like plucked out of the 1920s. That's weird. Why is she dressed like that? Hi. All right, hey, you big dingus. Here, have this. I got this from the producer. Huh? Read the script for 13. Episode 13. Where did I put that one? Must have it somewhere. Must have left it somewhere. Uh-oh, my ass is pwned if I don't find it. I imagine so, Nick. Might be quicker to just look at all the places where he's likely to have been. I agree. Anywhere he could. Oh, what if that kid stole it? Ah, crap. Probably why she was concerned with the script had to be a rewrite. I would have to guess, but also... Oh, man, what if that kid stole it? I hope not. I probably should have checked more over there, but... Actually, yeah, I am going to go back and double check. Damn it. I'm going to double check that... Let's see. I'm going to double check before I go. Okay, nope. Okay. I did not miss it. Okay, good. I am curious, though, what... Like, she seems very aloof for somebody who just had one of their lead actors get killed. I don't think that's a normal reaction of somebody to just go on and be like, oh yeah, just keep working. Here at a guard station. This old bag must like junk food. There's a mountain of it on the desk in there. I actually found I can't eat junk food anymore. I actually have a hard time legitimately eating certain foods now. There's just like some junk food I just can't do anymore. That's exactly why I don't want to get old ever. Hey, I'm still young, I'm just tired. Nick, when you start having to say things like I'm still young, you know it's all over. But I am still young. Phoenix is, he's only like a little bit. He's not that old. Fine. Wait. Can I examine the gate? Enter Studio 1. This is where this is the studio they found his body. Move. Answer is back in the room with the body outline. Really? We're back at the scene of the crime. Let's find what we need and get out of here quick. Yeah, I you know what, for that, you know what, normally I'm like, oh, I got it. And it's like, chair the director sits in. Director, Maya, take a look around the chair for me, would you? Remember the script the director was talking about? Did he say he left it somewhere? Found it. The script. Good work. Can I actually read this? Normally I'm like, oh, I gotta, it's like, normally I'm like, oh, backseating, I'm like, but it's like, honestly, at this point, I'm like, you know what, if we, I think with this game, if someone's moving me forward, I'm fine with this. I am fine with this, as long as it's like, oh yeah, like, if it's one where I'm gonna be just sitting around for too long, you know what, can I just go back to her and give it to her? Give it to her myself. Hey, found the script, here we go, have fun. Here we go. Here, we found it. Here's your script. You're not gonna talk to us? Quiet, I'm reading. Just you hold on. What's the big idea? Who do you think you are anyway? Do you even know who we are? Powers lawyers? Right. Am I a suspect? No, it's just, well, no, but you wanted to know about the day of the murder. Yes. Anything you could tell us would be a big help. You know how there was a meeting here at noon? Yes. With the director of the people from the network. Correct. Now listen closely. None of the people in this trailer that afternoon went to Studio 1. It was impossible for us to leave. Possible? Why? The path was blocked. Path? On the day of the murder, the path that leads here was blocked. You saw Mr. Monkey on the way here, correct? Mr. Monkey. Monkey with the broken head. Oh, right. That. What an original name. Truly. Yeah, I figured I won't tell you like what to click on unless it's funny, but pointing you to the right room is likely fine. I feel like if it's just pointing me towards the room, if it's like, if I'm here it is to me. If I'm clearly like stumped and sitting there for a long period of time, I think that's personally fine. Its head fell over in the wind on the day of the murder. They didn't start moving the head out of the way until after 3. Yeah, it's like, to me, it's like, in this game specifically, it's just, oh, point me at the room, I'll probably find it. It's after 4 that the time was unblocked, capiche? Everyone in this chair was stuck here until the path was clear. Stuck until after 4. Hammer died at 2:30. None of us could have gone to Studio 1. What? It's true. Crane came just after 3 to move the head. We called some people in to clear the way. I'm sure they'd corroborate my story. Wait, what if the head fell over after 2:30? Then you could have gone over to Studio 1. 2:30. Time of death. Very well. Come. That's Mr. Monkey. When it was broken, it announced the time in ooks. 1 ook per hour. Ook, 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 ook. Always with the ooking. It is a monkey after all. Check its head. The clock inside stopped when it broke. Nick, it stopped at 2:15. That's right. I appreciate this lady for being so cooperative, though. Even if this is a little bit awkward, I appreciate her cooperation. Therefore, we're innocent. Mr. Hammer died in Studio 1 at 2:30. See? Goodbye. Mr. Monkey's head data added to the court record. What do we do? There isn't anyone besides WP who could have killed Hammer. It's over, we're finished. Sure, it doesn't look good. Guess we should head back to the office and plan our strategy. I'm actually kind of curious if there is anything else we can do. Now we'll refresh out of clues. Everyone's alibi is watertight. We don't even have any promising leads. Things are looking pretty grim. A little early for giving up, don't you think? Huh? Got 1 lead. Oh, hey, there's Mia again. Hi, Mia. What took you so long? Sorry, Phoenix. Maya has trouble calling me unless she's really in trouble. Right. Oh, wait. I guess that means we're really in trouble. I'd say so. What did you mean we have 1 lead? The boy, of course. Yeah, I saw him. Saw everything. That's right, the boy. No way am I telling you, losers. I don't know. He didn't sound like he was going to help us at all. Sure, you can find some way of bringing him over to your side. Either way, we should go back to the studios. That boy's our last hope, Phoenix. Thanks. Now I'm more worried than I was before. I don't know why, but Mia being in Maya's body is so bizarre to me still. All right, let's go back and see if we can find him. Hi, lady. She's breathing hard. Whippersnapper. She's been chasing the boy the whole time. And I catch him, got a hostage now, Whippersnapper. A hostage? Actually, wait. You know where the boy went? What's this about a hostage? When that boy was running away, he dropped this and ran. He'll come back for this one. It's kind of hard to understand her with all her huffing and puffing. Phoenix, that hostage might be what we need. Cody might talk to us if we give him that. No, I'm catching that brat. That's the last thing I do. Phoenix, do you have anything you might trade with her? Trade. I wonder. Present. Do I have anything I could trade with her? I need some sweets or something. Oh, hi, kid. Hi, kid. Hey, you. Wait a second. Phoenix. Was that the boy? Yeah. His name's Cody Hackins. I think he ran into the dressing room. Okay, wait. Let's see. Huh. So normal. Expect some snacks something. Look at this. Spaghetti in a soda can. Spaghetti? When just the sauce come out and the noodles will stay stuck inside. Best when slammed. I guess they want you to drink it in one gulp. Slamming spaghetti, right. Okay, wait, let me talk to the kid. Maybe he'll actually be able to help me out with this. Spirit channeling doesn't get any less bizarre. I don't think it ever will. Frankly, I don't think it ever will. It's very weird. It's very bizarre. Sure to be in here somewhere. Found you. Damn it, he's getting away. Come back. There, he's back. How did she... Hey there. Would you mind helping us out, please? I'm Cody. Hello, Cody. I'm Mia Faye. Nice to meet you. Yo, and I'm Phoenix Wright. Who asked? Phoenix, you can take it from here. Not sure I'm qualified. So do you know anything about what happened here? Can you tell me, please? I don't know nothing. Feel persuasion is necessary. Bribe? Steel Samurai is so cool. I think he's the bomb. Ah, what a lamer like you know about the Steel Samurai. Hey, what's that attitude? Phoenix, you really shouldn't yell like that. He's only a kid. Yeah, don't yell only like that because I'm only a kid. Okay, stay right here, kid. I'm gonna go look. Do I have anything I can present? And, then? She is too busy breathing to catch her breath. My goodness. It's the fact that Mia just keeps showing up is very bizarre to me. Let's see. I need to find something to give her. Maybe. Here? Oh. Do not believe so. Wait, can I inspect the ladder with Mia? Perfectly normal step ladder. Never actually used one. I don't like heights. I'm a firm believer that humankind was made to keep both feet on the ground. I'm not sure that's what I was expecting, but yeah, it works. Question. What the? Oh. Another old movie poster. Singing Samurai starring Jack Hammer. I'll do Samurai sing about chopping off heads. The Samurai musical set in ancient Japan. Samurai musical? Is that even a genre? I'm impressed. You know your stuff, Mia. Oh, Maya's the real fan. I just picked up a little. Looks like they were designing a set to use for the Steel Samurai. They even got figures for how much a set costs. Can't believe they spend that much money on those sets. This is where they had that meeting. There are documents and paper cups scattered around. In the trash? Nothing in here that could be a clue. Just some paper cups and crumpled documents. Old movie poster. Dynamite Samurai starring Jack Hammer. Yes, Mr. Hammer used to be quite the star. Look like a whole lot else. Far into October, the dimming daylight makes it feel like winter. Okay, well, this isn't very helpful, but happy we got to be here. Looks like 2 people ate here, nothing left in plates. I have a proper name, but it's not for me to know. Not now, nor ever, till the end of my days. I need a vacation. Uh-huh. I don't really know what I'm meant to present her. Nope, not wrong way. Maybe I have something back at the offices? I'm gonna go check. I can't think of where else I would get something to give her. Any ideas? Do you have any ideas who might have done this? We don't have enough information to make a case. Or have I heard that phrase before? So that's where Maya got it from. Move. Guess Mr. Powers isn't questioning. Oh well. Try again another day. Yep. Okay. I must have something to give her, right? I must have something, right? Here? This old bag? I'm borrowing this, just so you know. Oh, okay. Be sure to give it back. She's not as demanding when she's exhausted. She does not care. She is huffing and puffing and blowing the house down. Director. Actually, I met with the director just now. Oh, my heart, I don't feel so good. Is she okay? Before I go, I'd like to visit the place where poor Hammer died. Right, she was saying she wanted to visit the studio where he died. What happened to the boy? If I see him again, I'll lay him flat. My, what a violent old lady. So, if she's gonna go down there, then maybe I should meet her in Studio 1. Nope, not down there yet. What am I supposed to... What am I looking for? App. What do I get for not knowing what to do? User, how's it going today? Speaker in the monkey's head. We have... She can't go there. Ah, I see. Usually tell the time by ooking. Clock is stopped. Yeah, so she's stuck here. Trouble is that I'm trying to figure out what to present her. It's been a while since I've been able to tune in. Oh, I see. Let's see. Hey, that card, Studio 1. Right. Card key to Studio 1. Could visit poor Hammer. I'd like to visit where he died. I was his fan. Yeah, how's it been, user? Keeping busy, I see. Crooked, it's like all you said is she doesn't have the access, and my brain was like, oh, the card key. You don't have your own card, Miss Olbag? Studio 1 isn't my turf. You let me borrow it then? Like, give her the card key. Yeah, lend her the key. Why don't you let her borrow it, Phoenix? Guess it can't hurt. Here you go, Miss Olbag. Listen to me, Sonny. I don't like having debts to whippersnappers. You take this and we're even. Deal? What's this? A Steel Samurai trading card? That sneaky kid dropped it. I figure it's pretty important to him, though. I have a use for this. This must be the hostage she was talking about. Right, I'm off. Alright, there she goes. Now we can go to the thing. Lots of work, unfortunately. It happens sometimes, though. Unfortunately, some weeks just get far more busy than others. It's genuinely sweet that the trade is allowing her to mourn. Very true. Cody, this look familiar? Hey, you are, huh? You are, you know, ultra rare. That card's really hard to get. Yeah, some weeks are hard work though. But yeah, Crooked, it's nice that she at least gets a chance to go and mourn Jackhammer. And for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. I'll give you this if you help me. That's my card. By offering me something I already own, you're in effect eschewing the very basis of our consumer society, namely the principle of fair trade. And for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. What do they teach kids in school these days? For quantum physics? Whatever, I don't need that card. Huh? I got a double. Just keep it, it's yours. What? After I went through all that trouble. You want to trade, find me a really rare card. Really rare? You mean there's something rarer than ultra rare? Ultra rare premium cards are way rarer than plain ultra rare. Come on. And for a grown-up, you sure are dumb. I hate this kid. Premium rare. Why do I feel like we're talking about stakes? This kid sucks. Alright, well, now I gotta figure out how to get this freaking... I gotta go looking for some card. He's like, oh, trade me cards. It's like, man, child, do you have any idea that this is, you know, a court of law? Do you have any idea about, like, anything? Oh, that's right, I can't go to Studio 1 now. Oh, hi. What brings you here? Oh, well, I had to arrange some stuff. That's... Yeah, girl with you. Doesn't she seem a little different? Like, is she even the same person as before? Nope. She's the same as always. Same as always. Okay, whatever you say. She's so confused. Like, hey, do you know anything about trading cards? You know anything about this? Hey, that's a Steel Samurai trading card. I collect those, actually. I'm one card away from a complete set. Complete set? Yeah, a set of one of each card. Huh. Wait. That's it! That's the card I need. You don't know how long I've been looking for it. I don't care what kind of girl you might think I am, I need that card. Please, I beg you. Please trade with me. Trade with you? Yes, trade cards. Look, I'll even trade you an ultra rare premium. Hit me up. Huh? Yes, it's a good deal for your ultra rare. Please. Phoenix, can you see she's desperate? What's everybody getting so excited about? Okay. Really? Thanks. This is for you. Oh, we got the card. That was easy. Aha, I see. And there she goes. Doesn't doing good things like that make you feel great? Mia, I'm so confused. Also, why do you just take over Maya's body randomly at this point? I mean, granted, I appreciate your presence, but also, it is so weird to see you in Maya's outfit and Maya's body, frankly. It's confusing. And I'm allowed to be confused about it, but it's fine. Hey, kid, you gonna be cooperative now? Little dork. With your stupid hat. See this card? Yeah, so, wait, that's it! That's the last ultra rare premium card I need. Come on, give it to me. Please, you gotta give it to me. Never seen him so eager. Right, okay, how about a trade? You're on. I'll give you a samurai spear and throw an evil magistrate to boot. No, not that kind of trade. I don't want cards, I want information, huh? You sure? Fine by me. URP card given to Cody. Okay, Phoenix, let's hear what he has to say. If he knows something that could help us, we can have him take the stand tomorrow. Okay, what do you know, child? So you like the Steel Samurai? It's so cool. I guess. You're judging him by his looks. You have to look at his actions and his life. I appreciate she's not trying to cheat you, a hapless adult who doesn't understand card games by exchanging a card of less value. Yeah, she could have very easily been like, oh, here's 5 common cards. Here, take this. And it's like, what are you doing? I also appreciate that this kid immediately is like, okay, yeah, you gave me the thing. I'm gonna start talking. She could have very easily cheated, but it also makes you wonder, did she have duplicates of the ultra premium super chocolatey card or whatever? Listen, I play card games and I still am like, why do you have so many words for your rarities? Like Yu-Gi-Oh has like the secret rare, the prism rares. I think they have that shatter rare once, the shatter foil once upon a time. I don't know, there's too much. It's weird. Also, this is like, you have to look at his actions at his life. This is what every single super fan looks like when they're talking about their show. And being lectured on life by a grade schooler. You like him too, don't you? Oh yeah, I love the Steel Samurai. So tell me your favorite thing about the Steel Samurai. Will Powers is acting. I like his fighting skills. Gotta think of something. I like it when he vanquishes his foes. Yeah, with Sam. Steel Samurai always wins. Always. Check this out. It's my fan album. What the? It's all pictures of the Steel Samurai. I go to every live performance. Those stupid publicity stunts where they beat each other up in public. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow. I got them all. I never missed one. A perfect collection. This is me talking unhindered about the characters in Ace Attorney. You know what? Here's the thing. If you have one property that you're an unhinged fan about, like if you're just like really into something and you're just like super into it, I think that's good. You have to have at least one thing you're super into. Like, obviously, don't get so into it that it's like harmful to other people and yourself, but like, if you're really into something, that's good. You gotta have something to obsess over. I think it's good for the soul. Check it out, my new digital camera. Oh, it's very impressive. The newest model, isn't it? You bet, lady. I just got it for my birthday. What, your 10th birthday? It looks like, when he smiles like that, it looks like Luffy. My album has a name. Want to hear it? The Steel Samurai Path to Glory. Steel Samurai always wins. Always. Hey, if you want it, you can have it, lady. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I took these with a digital camera. I got all the data at home, so I can always make another one. Well, then I'm happy to accept. Thank you. I find it very funny that this kid absolutely is looking up at Mia and just like, it's like when you're in the 2nd or 3rd grade and you have like the young teacher and you're just like, whoa. You're just finding out what crushes are, and you're absolutely like just lost in the sauce. What's with people always giving stuff to Mia? What a life. You were here on the day of the incident, right? Yeah. You see anything unusual? Cody, he needs to know because he's fighting for justice. Isn't that the Steel Samurai's motto, for great justice? You have to help us fight for great justice too. I saw everything. Well, we might get some useful information out of him yet. I will say, yeah, this kid Cody being really receptive to Mia but not to Phoenix. It's so like, yeah, I can see this. This is one of those tropes that I think comes up now and then where it's, oh yeah, the young boy is definitely crushing, and it's like, yeah, he's just like, Pretty lady. What did you see? Cody, I need to ask you something very important. What did you see on the day of the incident? I got here that day around 2. I had to come in through the woods out back so the old lady wouldn't see me. I got kind of lost, though. I was in there for maybe half hour or so. Then I finally got to the studio. After that... What is it, Cody? The Steel Samurai killed the bad guy. Usually, he used the Samurai Spear, just like always. 1 shot, 1 kill. It happened so fast, I got scared. I went home after that. I see. Must have been hard for you. And you say those nice things, but it's so obvious you aren't speaking. Right, Mia? Yes? I think we can say for sure that the Steel Samurai did it. True enough. And the director has an alibi, so it wasn't him. The only person left who could have done it is Will Powers. I have to admit, it's kind of a shock, but if you put this boy on the witness stand, your client will be guilty for sure. Let's not call him then. I think that would be wise. Best to leave this one alone. Not so fast, pal. Oh, hey, what's up? I heard everything. This boy here's a key witness, and he's under police protection starting now. Come on, son. You've got a rendezvous with me down at the precinct. No, I ain't going. What? That didn't go so well. We're back to 0 leads. Now we have a serious handicap in court. What are you gonna do, Mia? Well, I really need to be going. Don't worry, Phoenix. I'm sure you'll be fine. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come to the trial tomorrow. I need you there. Phoenix, can I ask you something? Do you really believe that Mr. Powers is innocent? I believe so. Of course he is. That's all I wanted to hear. Excellent. I'll see you in court then. Great. Thanks, Mia. See you soon. Ah, crap. We have to go back in court. Ugh. I think taking on this case is going to be hard. This is going to be tough. I can already see it. I can see in the future. Hey, Dama, how's it going today? Ah, I have to stretch my neck. Eh. You know the drill, my phone is mute, but I just... Oh, thank you, Reezy. Thank you so much for the lurk. Ooh. And thank you for stopping by. Oh. 8:30 on a Thursday. What do? We defend men in court. Alright, Will Powers, what are we gonna do? Mr. Wright. Yes? Why do you look so unhappy? Oh. Oh, nothing. Really, it's nothing. Right, Mia? Oh, she looks even unhappier. Phoenix, your client is now practically a dead man walking. Perhaps that's why I feel particularly close to him. No time for dead people jokes, please. You know we're going to this trial utterly defenseless. Yet if Mr. Powers is truly innocent, we should be able to find something overlooked in the evidence to prove it. Something overlooked? We have to find something, Phoenix, today. It's that or lose the trial. Not gonna be easy. I'm good. How about you? I'm doing good. I've been getting a lot done this last week. Because I'm now at the point where I'm just running through the Red Genie, and I'm also just working. And it's been nice because it's been constant improvement and just fixing. And it's also just been... It's been pretty nice overall, work-wise. And of course, the streams have been a lot of fun. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement. An unexpected fact has come to the attention of the court. Yesterday, we learned that there were other people present in the studios. Today, I would like to show evidence proving they had nothing to do with the murder. Very well. May I call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. Wonder if it'll be that producer. Prosecution calls Mr. Salmonella to the stand. Or that director. Did we have to call the director first? Do we need this? Will the witness state his name and profession? How rude can you get? You don't know me? The director. I make the Steel Samurai, noob. Salmonella. I'm a director. Television. Were you at Global Studios on the day of the murder? Although no one asked Mia what the experience of being a ghost is like. Like, the afterlife is never brought up at all, and I think it's funny. It seems like it's skipping everyone's minds. You know, that is true. Nobody ever actually asks about what it's like to be dead. She just keeps popping in and out of the story as we need her. She just kind of keeps popping back in, and it's like, oh, okay. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, Your Honor. You know what's funny? I like that this guy drops the leet speak the moment he's asked a serious question. Very well. Please testify to the court about the events of the day. Phoenix, let's start by picking this testimony apart. If Powers is innocent, you know what that means. Someone in the trailer on that day did it. Right. He doesn't waste any time putting on the pressure. Alright, so let's see what we can find. I was at the studios from around 9 that morning. During the morning, I was doing an action scene run-through. It took a lot more time than I thought it would. I hear that everybody else ate lunch in the employee area. but I had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. You were in the meeting until 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs. That's about it. Time for Mr. Hammer's death was 2:30. And according to your testimony, you were in a meeting at the time. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, so I'm gonna press some things first. The director seems interesting. He speaks in lead speak and creeps over ladies, so he's very weird. At least he creeps over Maya, which was very weird. But he's kind of strange. So the studio's from around 9. During the time, I was doing an action scene run. I just want to ask more questions here. In the employee area. That's right. It was a fight scene between the evil Steel Samurai and the evil Magistrate. Was anyone else at the run-through? Oh yeah, that security lady's watching the whole time. Whoa. Oh no. Also, this guy just being weird. She was cheering on Hammer, if you can believe it. Certainly has the lungs for it. Anyone else? Nope, just us 4. Took us a lot more time than I thought it would. I'm gonna ask about this one, because why did it go on so long? I'm pretty sure you've already heard about this, but WP twisted his ankle during the run-throughs. Right, thus the limp. Which of course led to me missing my lunch. Offs? Rolling on the floor, starving? Hear that everyone else ate lunch in the employee area. Had a meeting in the Studio 2 trailer, so I ended up skipping lunch. We're in the meeting until 4. During the meeting, well, I'm pretty sure no one left their chairs. You didn't take a single break. Well, yeah, not a 1. Why is he being so suspicious? Only I had an idea. I'll wait for him to come up. Wait for one to come up and hit him with it. Phoenix, if his alibi holds, powers is finished. Press him as hard as you can, find out where he's lying. I have a question. You were there at 9? Is that when you always come into work? Oh no. I come in all sorts of hours. It's the industry way. Know about you, the freaks in your industry. Still, I was pretty busy that day. Tell us more about that. In the morning, action scene. Took a lot more time than I thought it would. I hear that everyone else ate lunch. What exactly did they have for lunch? T-bone steak. The assistant cooks them up. Oh, that face is freaky. Come to think of it, there were plates with some bones in the employee area. Everyone else, meaning that the witness, did not eat with them. Had a meeting in the Studio 2 chair, so I ended up skipping one. Do I have anything that could break this? We were in the meeting until 4. Wait, until 4? What were you discussing? The Steel Samurai story and our budget. Get this. The sponsors turn to me and say, Mr. Manila, the scripts of yours are not appropriate for children. Can you believe it? Actually, I kind of can. So nobody left the table during the whole meeting. Make sure no one left their chairs. Wait, no, I already did this one. So in the end, you didn't get to eat. Yeah, no steak, at least. You believe it? That must have been tough. Phoenix, yeah? Doesn't seem something about that odd to you. Yeah, it does seem odd now that you mention it. Mr. Manila. What do you want? When I went to Studio 2, I saw something on the table there. There were 2 plates, the same kind of plates as the ones in the employee area. Who ate lunch there? What? Good call. Wait, that was the point? I was so embarrassed I didn't mention it, but I did eat after all. A T-bone steak, you mean? Yeah, well, the assistant went through all that trouble. I brought it to the trailer thinking I could eat it later. I hate this face. And this guy definitely killed somebody. I'm just throwing it out there. He definitely killed somebody. And if he didn't kill somebody, I'm gonna kill him. You're a man who likes to eat. I suspected as much. So when exactly did you eat it? We took 1 break during the Wait, you just contradicted yourself. Why are you lying? You just said that I wolfed it down then. A mental image I will carry with me to my grave. Wait a second. If they took a break in the meeting, that contradicts his testimony. I'll press on that one a bit more. Yeah, you said you didn't take a single break. Well, yeah, not a 1. Well, I had an idea. Wait a second. Yeah, I do have an idea. Press harder. Yeah, wait a second. Yeah, you lied. Mr. Manila, you've just contradicted yourself. Can you just tell the court that you ate the T-bone steak during a break? Oops. And why do you have to say raffle every time? Well, Mr. Manila, what's this all about? Well, yeah, I guess we did take a little break. Phoenix, great job. They took a break. One of them could have gone to the studio during that time. Your Honor, I call on the witness to testify to the court about this break. Very well. Mr. Manila, your testimony, please. Oh no, Edgeworth is laughing. Why is Edgeworth laughing? Why does this guy have no eyes? We took a break, but it was only 15 minutes. 15. It's only 13 in base 12. That's not what we're talking about here. Not enough time for someone to say commit murder in Studio 1. Only enough time to eat a T-bone steak if you ask me. I don't think it would be enough time for that, but that's just me. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. Yeah, but that contradicts what you said. You took a break, but it was only 15 minutes. I want to press on this. What were you doing for those 15 minutes? Eating my T-bone steak. What else? There are 2 plates at that table? Oh, right. The other one was Diva's. I'm sorry, D. Vasquez's plate. D. Vasquez, the producer. Eat a T-bone steak in 15 minutes. That's quite a feat. Not enough time for someone to say commit murder in Studio 1. Why do you have to say it like that? Why is that? It's only enough time to eat a T-bone steak if you ask me. I have to say, you look at a guy who gets through his meals pretty fast. While I was chewing a cold, slightly chewy T-bone steak, even I have to take my time eating that kind of food. Well, Phoenix, that testimony is too short to bring out any kind of useful. All you have to do is prove that he was able to go to Studio 1 in that time. Present. It's definitely evidence then. Oh no. Oh no. What do I do? What do I look at? What do I do here with this? How do I prove? Could I? Alright, I know I have to present something here. Maybe it's the guide map? I feel like the guide map would be kind of the go-to for this, but... maybe that could present the guide map? This feels like a risk. You know what I'm gonna do really quick? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save here so that we have a place later in that we can jump to if we need to. I would rather not have to waste a ton of time. But I am gonna present the guide map to see. I don't know, maybe this will work? Your Honor, that 7's contradictory statements. Does? I don't see anything contradictory. Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations. Crap. That didn't go so well. Crap, what do I have to... What evidence do I have that could help this then? Crap. Walked the path to the scene of the crime between 2... God, I hate this guy. I don't know what to... What? I accidentally pressed A. That's my bad. All I have to do is prove that he was able to go to Studio 1 in that time. I am very concerned as to what to press on this one, because now I'm really concerned. It's not the weapon. It's not the weapon. I don't think it's sleeping pills. I don't think it's sleeping pills. I don't think it... Is it Mr... I don't think it's Mr. Monkey's head either. Not the guide map. Well, and I tried the guide map on one of the other ones, and that didn't work at all. And I don't... Yeah, what do I... I guess I just gotta keep throwing things until something sticks, I guess. It seems to me like that's my only option right now. A monkey's head, I guess. Crap, that's not working. It does not. Okay. I have 3 more attempts then. Yep. Which of these evidence? I don't know, maybe this... Well, this doesn't really work, because it doesn't prove anything. It just proves that somebody went that way. It doesn't prove... Well, and this guy went... He had... It took him 30 minutes to get over? Crap. I guess just present? I don't know. Ah, crap. This is the bit where I'm like, oh yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. This is the part where I sit there and think, yeah, I have no idea what I'm looking for. Maybe here, present picture? I'm kind of lost. I'm worried. I'm worried that I don't know what I'm doing. Why did I can see nothing faulty. Am I on the wrong track? Well, I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that I have, unfortunately for this game, there's nothing stopping me from brute forcing this one. Unfortunately, they've given me control over time and space. There's nothing at all that stops me from just brute forcing this one. Which seems really lame. If I'm being entirely honest, I feel like this retry system feels a little bit... I feel like this kind of nullifies saves coming is sometimes the only way. Yeah, but it just feels like... It does kind of feel like, though, oh yeah, I can just very easily game this system. Very common, I'll admit. I feel like that it's something that kind of... I'm not saying... I'm gonna just throw it as like an observation, not as like a measure. It does kind of reduce your stakes of actually getting things right if you can do this. Because it means that the consequence of your decisions is very, very muted. Let's see. Well, that means I could just basically slap everything against it until I see what happens. I don't know, just throw things at it until things work out. Right? That's fine. Take a step back. Alright, the world. Alright, bite the dust, hit it back. Oh god, is this gonna be a conquest of the Crystal Palace where I keep bite the dusto? But the alternative is forcing a player to go from the start of the day, and that's hell. Yes. This is, I think, as a change for the player's sake, this is better. But I do see that it could be very easily gamed. It's my boy. Hi, son. How are you doing? Hi, boy. Let's see. Continue to present evidence. I don't know. Just throw stuff at it. Gonna throw evidence at the wall until I get what I want. Does he say what time the break happens? I think he does. No, he doesn't. He only says that it takes 15 minutes. Which maybe I could present the monkey. The monkey! Whoop! It does not... He doesn't say any... He doesn't really say a whole lot, does he? We took a break. He doesn't say when the break happens, so... I'm gonna keep throwing things at it. I'm a bit concerned that we don't have any legs to... Okay, yeah, back up. Back it up. Bite the dusto. Go back. Alright, but go back, go back. God bless America, dude. What am I looking at here? Because it's not the spear. The only ones I can really take that aren't part of this are the autopsy report and the samurai spear. Those are the only two I know I don't need to use. At least right now. But the scrapbook doesn't do anything. The monkey's head has not proven anything yet. And I keep pressing him on stuff, and it's like, okay, well, how exactly do you take this break? I'd say it was around from 2:30 to 2:45. 2:30, that's the time of death. So he could have gone to Studio 1, killed Hammer, and come back. I guess it's possible time-wise. But it was only 15 minutes. So maybe this is the one I have to press on with the power with the picture. Nope, that didn't work. Yeah, now he says what the... Okay, well that's not helpful. Crap. Okay, so... Go back. Get the statement again. Alright, so get the statement again. God, I feel like save scumming this is really getting to me. It's like, what am I'm missing something for sure now. I'm absolutely missing something. All right, what piece of evidence here is gonna help me? What am I missing? Took a break. The guide map has been less than helpful. So he would have taken a break 15 minutes after the monkey fell over, which he could have just walked around, given that the boy was able to walk through the forest, so it's not that big of a stretch. Oh, jeez. Only 15 minutes is 13 in base 12. Why do you know it? Why do you know that in base 12? Then He says what time it is, but now I can't. 2:30. Okay, you know what I am gonna do? I'm gonna save now, so that because now I have all my points and I have the statement I need. So, crap. What do I do? What am I doing? Present. I could just bombard every statement he has with every piece of evidence until I get it. Because that seems to be the only logical method. I think I tried this one already. Nope, yep, I tried that one. Okay, yep. Back it up. It feels so weird. It's just like, yep, I'm gonna just back up in time really fast. Hang on. Hang on, I'm gonna chaos control. Okay, bye. I'm just gonna keep warping time until I get it. I think it's the monkey head somewhere. I have to. I'm guessing as much, but then monkey head. Back it up. Just it feels so scummy to keep bumping it back in time. You keep I'm gonna throw monkey's paw at everything. Well, the music didn't stop, so that's about right. All right, back it up. Back it up. It's just like, all right, back it up. God, every time I don't hear the music change, it's just like, okay, yep, that does. I don't see anything contradictory. All right. I feel like this judge is slowly losing his mind because I keep warping time just because I'm getting tired of. I'm just like, all right, well, time to brute force this one. What am I missing here? There's got to be something logic-wise I'm just missing, right? Minutes, not enough time for someone to say commit murder in Studio 1. Yeah, this guy's a creep for sure. This guy's a creep for sure. He's probably the one who killed him. Dragging one leg. Okay. Nope. That wasn't it. Alright. Back it up. The fact that we have to keep hearing the beginning of the song is also probably what's making my brain just go, ugh. Hang on, please. I'm pretty sure that's wrong, but I keep throwing it. I keep throwing things at it, and it just back again. I don't feel like having. Do you want assistance? Yeah, you know what? We've loaded time enough times. Just like, if nothing else, just whatever. What? It doesn't necessarily need to be the statement I need to contradict, but what's the evidence I'm missing here? I'm clearly not seeing the problem. Okay, what piece of evidence is it? If nothing else, the piece of evidence would be appreciated, because I am getting stuck here. It's pressing in an order. It's pressing in an order? That's rough. What time exactly do you take the break? Say around 2:30, 2:45. I'm gonna guess I have to press. What were you doing for those 15 minutes? Eating my T-bone steak. There are 2 plates at the table. Otherwise, Diva Vasquez. Actually, wait. Wait, no, go back. Go back. Alright, go back. Okay, I'm gonna press here and then press the third one. I think I see it. I think I see what you mean. So I have to press in a certain order. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm gonna check you really quick. Why is that? Haven't we had enough of this pointless line of questioning? Your Honor, the testimony to this point has made one fact certainly painfully clear. The people in the chair had nothing to do with this murder. It was impossible for any one of them to go to Studio 1. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Surely you aren't suggesting one of the people in the trailer went to Studio 1. Well, Mr. Wright? Phoenix, this is critical. Think about it before you give your answer. If I agree to let everyone in the chair off the hook, then the trial's over. Mr. Powers will be found guilty for sure. Alright, so what that does teach me, though, is that pressing it in order is going to be something that comes up later. Because that wasn't a precedented thing that could happen in the game, in the court proceedings, which it makes logical sense, but I do see now that could be very, very pressing for me as like in my head, because that's gonna be very hard for me to remember sometimes. The victim was murdered at 2:30, the exact time of the break of the meeting. The 15 minutes murder is certainly a possibility. Suppose you might say that. Right, now I got the judge thinking now. Tisk tisk, really? Never a dull moment with you, Mr. Wright. What's your point, Edgeworth? You've been doing your homework, haven't you? Look at the court record. The court record. Surely you know that from 2:15 to 4, the path between the studios was blocked. Mrs. Monkey's head fell across the path. Yes, but you could walk around it. The break in the trailer meeting came right at the time of death. However, the path of the scene there of the crime was blocked. Paul and Mrs. Monkey had barred the way. It's actually Mr. Monkey, but Edgeworth has a point. Somehow I feel no desire to correct him. No counter-argument, Mr. I'm afraid you lose this round. We have seen enough evidence. I'd like to relieve Mr. Manella from the stand. What? Over? Very well. The court's opinion on this case is as follows. We have found that there were several people in Studio 2 on the day of the murder. However, it is clear that none of those people could have gone to Studio 1. They therefore have no relation to this case. Furthermore, with regards to the photo of the Steel Samurai, given the size of the costume, no one other than Mr. Powers could have worn it that day. All that is lacking is decisive evidence that he is the one who did it. If we had that, I'm afraid I would have to find Mr. Powers guilty. Your Honor, the prosecution is pleased to announce we have indeed decisive evidence, a witness. But who is this witness, Mr. Edgeworth? A witness saw the very moment when the Steel Samurai skewered the victim. So I'm supposed to purposefully lose that point. I see. The court will take a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear your unit. Recess. So I was supposed to lose that point? That seems kind of odd. What do we do now, Mia? If everyone in that trailer has an alibi. Sorry, Phoenix. I guess I was wrong. Mia, don't tell me you're giving up. If you give up, what hope do I have? Don't get me wrong. I've never given up on a trial before, not while there was a chance. Only one thing became clear in your cross-examination. The people in the trailer could not have gone to Studio 1. I thought there was more to it than that, but I was wrong. That's all there is. What's going to happen to me? Yeah, it seems like everyone in the courtroom thinks I did it. They think I'm a murderer. Don't worry, Mr. Powers. If you are innocent, we will prove it. I guarantee it. Leave it to us and be yourself. Be strong. You are the Steel Samurai, hero to children everywhere, after all. Thanks. Okay, Phoenix. This one's for the kids. Let's do it. Okay, so now I have to really think, because now this is... I am beginning to see how actually complex the chain of logic is going to get. Because if I'm actually going to solve the case, I have to change my way of thinking to match what the game is trying to get me to see. Prosecutor is concerned. As our witness is a grade score of 10 years and this is a murder case, we worry that the defense might cause unnecessary trauma with his cruel questioning. Nice to see Edgeworth taking the moral high ground. However, we have no choice. Prosecution calls Cody Hackins to the stand. He can't even see over it. Your Honor, perhaps you could arrange a box for him to stand on? Oh, right. Guard, please bring him a box. One of those donut crates should do. You have donut crates? Hi, kid. Will the witness state his name and grade in school? Witness. What? Just because you're all grown up doesn't mean you can push me around. Cody, answer his question, okay? Hey, it's you, the nice lady. I'm Cody Hackins. I'm in 2nd grade. Again. Man, this kid definitely has a soft spot. I get the feeling this is going to be a long, long day. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that you're speaking to a child. Try to be gentle. Edgeworth is losing his mind trying to be nice. Witness, I mean, Cody. He's having trouble with this gentle thing. You were present. You were at Global Studios on the day of the incident. You got a problem with that? Please tell us what you saw that day. What, Pops? You want me to tell you and Gramps with the beard over there? Just Mr. Edgeworth will be fine. I prefer bearded gentlemen myself. A very long day. Incidentally, but photographic equipment is strictly forbidden in this courtroom. My apologies, Your Honor. He said he wouldn't testify if he couldn't bring it. I'd like special permission if that's possible. Wait, so you're saying you had to bargain terms with a kid and you lost? How are you a lawyer and you lost bargaining with a child? Hey, I just got this new camera. Don't really know how to use it all that good yet. But I bring it with me wherever I go. Phoenix, wonder if he had that camera on the day of the murder. You better make a note of it in the court record. Very well, Cody. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the day of the incident. I wanted to see a Steel Samurai rehearsal just once. I found a map on the internet and went to the studios that day. Oh, you know what's funny is that when you write the internet, it is with a capital I, by the way. It is a titled thing. I went through the path, through the woods, off the path, so the old lady wouldn't catch me. I was going for the studio. I got kind of lost on the way, though, for about 30 minutes. When I came out of the studio, there was the Steel Samurai. It totally rocked. Right before my eyes, out came the bad guy. Of course, the Steel Samurai took him down. If I had my camera with me, that would have been the time for a shot, I tell you. I couldn't get into the studio, so I went... Wait, you just said you have your camera all the time. What? Where was it then? Be gentle. Remember, you're talking to a child. This kid is tougher than most adults we see in here, honestly. The internet TM. Well, specifically, it's a capital I because it's a specified place. Okay, actually, wait, hang on. I just want to ask about this. Off the path. Yeah, you know how the studios are in a valley there? If you go off the path a little, there's woods. That's where I was. I see. Anyhow, I was going for the studio. I got kind of lost on the way, though, for about 30 minutes. It totally rocked. Right before my eyes, out came the bad guy. Wait, didn't you say you always have your camera? If you had your camera. You mean you weren't carrying your camera, then? No, I wasn't. It's not like I have it all the time. Really? Yes, seeing the killing freaked him out and he went home. Phoenix, remember, he's a child. Use gentle words, but be firm. Easy for you to say. I'm kind of concerned because I just pressed him on it, and he said that he always carries it. Okay, I'm actually gonna present this because he just said he always carries it. He just said he always carries it. Wait, yeah, Cody, what you said seems, well, a little strange. Didn't you say before that you always carry your digital camera wherever you go? You were quite clear about that. Huh? the child. Why does he look so shocked? Cody, you shouldn't lie here. You understand that, right? Mr. Wright, a word with you. Uh-oh. Was I putting the pressure on too much? What is this digital camera contraption you're talking about? It's, a digital camera, Your Honor. It's kind of a new sort of camera. How do I explain that? I see. Anyway, Cody, I can't believe you wouldn't bring your camera on a trip to the studios. You did bring it, didn't you? Mr. Wright, how cruel are you to terrorize a poor child so? If a child or a prosecuting attorney, no one should lie in court. What do you mean, or a prosecuting attorney? Well, Cody? What? Yeah, so I had my camera. So what? You got a problem with that? No, actually. Now it actually helps. So you did have a camera. And you did you use this camera? Why would I use it? I was too busy watching. Very well. Please testify to the court about what you were so busy watching. There we go. We're doing better now. Yeah, I had my camera with me, but I was glued to the action. I couldn't take my eyes off it. The Steel Samurai, he goes for the bad guy. Wham. Then the bad guy stopped moving. So strong, Steel Samurai rules. Ah, is that all? Well, that was brief. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Oh, good lord. What am I to do? I send my boy back for now. Because he's got work to do. I had my camera with me, but I was glued to the action. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Steel Samurai, he goes for the bad guy. Wham. Then the bad guy stopped moving. So strong, the Steel Samurai rules. I'm just gonna ask really quick. I guess I gotta press for information. So you're watching the Steel Samurai. Did you watch the whole fight? Yeah, of course. You didn't turn away, not even once. No. Okay, then tell us exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm getting to that. Steel Samurai, he goes to the bad guy. So was it one shot? Bad guy attacked him first? Yeah. What sort of person was this bad guy? I told you, a person. He was a person. How was he dressed? I kind of don't remember. I was too busy watching the Steel Samurai. I see. And what happened next? Then the bad guy stopped moving. I guess I'm just gonna press every statement. Why? Oh, what do you mean, why? Why wasn't the bad guy moving? Well, the Steel Samurai brought him to justice. How exactly did he do that? How did he do it? The samurai kick and the samurai punch. Samurai chop. Samurai slap. Something like that. He's still being vague about this. What? Don't give me that look, Pops. How should I play this? I'm gonna press him a little harder. Cody. What? Things bothering me. Or you said you couldn't take your eyes off the action. Yeah, so what? Yet you missed the most important part. What is the meaning of this? The witnesses stated what he saw quite clearly. You know as well as I do that he's being vague. Tell me, what kind of a murderer uses a samurai slap? Caught him off guard with the samurai slap. My point is this, Cody. You may have seen some of the Steel Samurais fight, but you missed the most important part, the killing blow. Kid is very short. I know he's a second grader, but man. Order. Mr. Wright, how could this be? Can you explain how he might have missed something so vital? Well, that's the thing. Phoenix, believe you're on the right track with this. Think, why didn't Cody see the climax of the fight? You figure this out. Mr. Wright, your answer. We've ascertained that this young boy is a great fan of the Steel Samurai. Why wouldn't he watch the climax of the fight? I'm gonna save right here just in case. Here. I would say he couldn't watch it because if it was something like the dude got stabbed, I imagine that would be the case. For record, what do we got? Because he couldn't watch it. How could he so calmly watch a murder taking place at his age? Just a moment, please. One thing has become quite clear in this boy's testimony. He did not believe he was witnessing a murder. He was watching the Steel Samurai fight like on TV. The more real the fight, the more he would have watched. I have to agree with Mr. Edgeworth. Alright. Back it up. Back it up. He missed the climax of the fight because he was looking at something else, probably. Probably. Something else? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. What could possibly distract this boy from seeing his idol, the Steel Samurai, fight? What do you claim he was looking at? Something. Mr. Wright, please refrain from making baseless claims. Alright. To the last one we got. Evidence. Your Honor, I have evidence. Evidence? Yes, Your Honor. Why did Cody look away from the fight? Oh wait, no, wrong one. Proof. Mode. Back it up. It's probably the camera. I'm gonna just go back to the camera. This is the bit where I'm just thinking, man, I really have to throw hands, huh? Maybe it's the camera? Here's my proof. What's that? The camera. Witness stated that he recently received this camera. Yes, I'm aware of that. He wasn't entirely familiar with its operation. Aware of that too. Ah! Correct. Why would Cody be looking at somewhere else at the critical moment? Because he was looking at his camera. He was trying to take a picture. Hey! Bullseye. What's your problem, Pops? You got a problem? You got a thing for picking out little kids? Pressing, not picking. Good job, Phoenix. Cody was lying clearly. Smart of you to realize there's no way you could just stand there watching his hero and not take a picture. Cody, there was only one reason you would have looked away from the fight, and that was because you wanted to take a picture. But having just received your camera, you weren't used to using it yet. So you missed the climax of the fight, correct? Yeah. Well, Phoenix, I'll bet you anything he's hiding more than that. Have him testify again. Right, Mia means business. Your Honor, defense would like to request that Cody Hackins testify once more. Very well. Cody, could you please tell us more about your camera and about why you didn't have a picture of the fight? The real world, kid. No photo. No photos? No photos, you say? Oh, poor kid. Yeah, you're right, Pops. The Steel Samurai had just escaped from the clutches of the villain. I held up my camera to take a picture, but the lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. That's all that happened. Yep. I doubt that. Anything strange in the testimony, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but I'd like to proceed with a cross-examination anyway. I like how this kid is lying so hard through his teeth, and it's like, dude, just tell the truth. Held up my camera to take a picture. The lens wouldn't open in time, so I missed it. All right, that's all that happened, right? That's all? Yeah, I told you I didn't take a picture. I would have once I got the lens open. Did he really not take a picture? Not even once? Nah, he definitely would have taken a picture. There's gotta be something here I can use. Cody, listen up. I know exactly what happened that day. You took a picture. Hey. Bullseye? How did you know? I see through all your lies, Cody Hackins. One of my powers. Wow. That's great. Yeah, I took a picture. Perhaps you could change your testimony to reflect this, Cody. What picture did you take? I took a few shots, but it was too late, so I erased them. How can I pick holes in such a short testimony? There has to be something. Dig up the dirt, Phoenix. Find out what this kid's all about. Hold on my camera to take a picture. Took a few shots, but so I erased them. I'm gonna save again. I feel like this is the kind of thing with visual novels that if the save system is generous, you can kind of you can very easily manipulate the system, which is good for convenience where you're not constantly retreading ground you've already read, but it can be a little bit strange because it reduces what the stakes are. But if you're invested in the story, sometimes it doesn't matter. Alright, back we go. I just don't feel like losing points unnecessarily. Kind of my worry right now. Let's see. Oh, hey, I found it. It is the book, Cody. What? And every time you say Cody, you followed up with something bad. I just wanted to thank you for giving me this the other day. Huh? Oh, right. What was it you told me then? I go to every live performance. I always take a picture when the Steel Samurai lands the final blow. I got them all. I never missed one. A perfect collection. Cody, did you really get a picture of the Steel Samurai standing victorious over his foe? If you did, I find it hard to believe that you would just erase it. Wouldn't you keep it for your album? Caught him again. He does have it in the album. Mr. Wright, what exactly is this album? It's called Path to Glory. It's a collection of pictures of the Steel Samurai, all taken by Cody Hackins. He claims it's a perfect collection of every battle the Steel Samurai has won. I see. Don't you find this very odd, Your Honor? Among all of his pictures of the Steel Samurai, none were taken that day. Order. Mr. Wright, have you an explanation? The Steel Samurai had just defeated his adversary. I certainly would expect to see a picture of it in this album. Exactly my point, Your Honor. No, wait. No way. Phoenix? I think we finally discovered the truth. And what a truth it is. Me, are we sure about this? Did he actually... Yes, I'm pretty sure what you're thinking is right. Tell them, Phoenix, tell them what the truth is. Please explain to the court what is going on here. Why was there no picture from the album from the day of the murder? Why would the boy have erased the photos he took? I can think of only one reason, Your Honor. The Steel Samurai didn't win. That's why Cody deleted those photos. You mean the Steel Samurai lost? Well, that's a big twist. Well, Cody, I'm right, aren't I? Tell the truth. The bad guy defeated the Steel Samurai. No way! No. It's impossible. The Steel Samurai never loses. Never loses to anyone, ever. Your Honor, the witnesses revealed everything of his words. There was a reason why he lied and told us he didn't take a picture. Same reason he erased his precious photos. For Cody, it was inconceivable that the Steel Samurai could be defeated. However, Cody witnessed the impossible. He saw the Steel Samurai lose. Yet to admit what he saw would destroy everything he believed in. That's why he lied and said the Steel Samurai won. He couldn't handle the truth. I know that reference. I know that movie reference. That's a good one. Order. I will have order. Witness. I mean, Cody, is this true? What did you see? Tell the court what you saw. I Aw, poor guy. And that's like seeing a Power Ranger get whooped. That's like seeing a Power Ranger get whooped, or Spider-Man. Like, you really spend your day believing Spider-Man can win anything, and then you watch him get beat up in a street fight. Oh, that would be upsetting. Aw, poor kid. He is crying up a storm. Yeah, I feel generally bad for him. Yeah, it's like you saw your childhood hero get whooped. That day you saw the Steel Samurai lose a fight. It's like you're a second grader and you watched your idol just get whooped. Like, oh dude, really? Right? Aw, okay. You're right. The Steel Samurai fell down. Then he didn't move. Wait, he didn't move? Wait, that means that the guy in the Steel Samurai armor got killed. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, right? Steel Samurai was the murderer, not the victim. Yeah, according to your witness's testimony, the Steel Samurai was the one who fell. Mr. Wright, what's going on? Apparently, we have all made a serious error. An error? What's all this about? Hammer was the victim, yes. Was no victim. Steel Samurai was the victim. You understand what has really happened? So, actually, quite simple. At the end of the fight, the Steel Samurai fell to the ground and lay still. In other words, the Steel Samurai was not the killer, he was the victim. Don't you see? Jack Hammer was the Steel Samurai. Order. So the Steel Samurai in this photograph, you're saying the man in this costume was the victim, Mr. Jack Hammer. That's what I'm saying, Your Honor. Jack Hammer was present at the action scene run through that morning. Thus, he obviously knew about Will Powers' foot injury. But wait, had Mr. Hammer gone to Studio 1 already? That's what everyone thought. Remember what Miss Olbach said in her testimony. On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Did I see poor old Hammer? Nope. He'd already gone to the studio before I got back to the guard station. I love the twist here. Mr. Jack Hammer left the employee area after lunch. However, no one saw him going to Studio 1, nor was there a picture of him. He waited for Mr. Powers to take a nap in his dressing room. Then he snuck into the dressing room and stole the Steel Samurai costume. Well, why would the victim do such a thing? This is an insane twist. Crooked, you're right there. That's an insane twist. Why would they do that? I don't know. I get it. I thought that the Steel Samurai was moving strange. There was a different person inside the suit. Pops! Not me. What? Actually, there was one piece of data I saved. Data? Yeah, a photo on my digital camera. Alright, what'd you get? What? Explain yourself, boy. Show us, quick. No way, man. If you're gonna look at me like that. Now. Aw, poor baby. Here, this is it. Well, looking at this is still a little hard to say. I'm afraid that it could be anyone in that costume. Your opinion, Mr. Wright. I agree, Your Honor. This isn't decisive. No, it is. It's Studio 2. The guy's outside of Studio 2. This doesn't look like the proof. It's the proof we need. I'll give it back. Wait, Phoenix Mia. What? Look at that photo once more. That's it, Phoenix. That photo is all the evidence you need to win this trial. What? Your Honor. May I see the photo once more, please? Certainly. I don't see why not. Phoenix, show him. There's a glaring, decisive inconsistency with the facts as we know them in the photo. Yeah, because it says Studio 2. Find the inconsistency in the photo. Oh. Your Honor, look at this. I see. A gate? Might I draw your attention to the number on the gate? The number? Ah, yes. Well, it's hard to see, but it looks like a 2. Phoenix is still a rookie, so sometimes he needs Mia to tell him what we're shouting. Yes. I think Mia's whole point at this point is to make sure that Phoenix is able to learn how to see what we're looking for. Because he's starting to see what we're seeing. 3, not a 1, Your Honor, correct? Edgeworth is so worried. That is true, Crooked. You are right, though. I believe Mr. Edgeworth sees what I'm getting at. But that's impossible. Eh, what's all this about? Please explain so that I might be shocked along with the rest of the court. Okay, you know what? I'm screenshotting this moment because I need to use this line somewhere in my own writing. I love this. Please explain so that I might be shocked along with the rest of the court. I'll use the studio guide map. The body was found here in Studio 1. However, what do we see in this photo taken at the time of the murder? It does not say 1 in the gate of the photo. Your Honor, this is the true scene of the crime. Go to the judge where the murder took place. Right here. Studio 2. Here at Studio 2. I see. That would explain the 2 on the gate in the photo. Your Honor, I find it very significant that the murder took place in Studio 2. As you recall, there was a trailer in Studio 2. Now, on that day, a meeting was held in that very trailer. There was a break in the meeting corresponding to the time of death. During that break, Mr. Salmonella and Miss D. Vasquez were outside eating steak. They were at the scene of the crime. The path to the trailer was blocked, so we have heard. The path was blocked at 2:15. In other words, the victim went to Studio 2 before that time. Yes, I suppose that would be the case. Remember Mr. Salmonella's testimony. Allow me to remind the court. He said that no one in the trailer was guilty because they could not have gone to Studio 1. Yet in actuality, the reverse was true. Only someone in the trailer could have committed this murder. They were the only ones with access to the scene of the crime, Studio 2. Oh, it's so good. Mans is... Now Phoenix Wright is in his element. He's got it. He's got it. Defendant makes the following claims. Scene of the crime was Studio 2. The person that saw the security guard, Miss Olbag, saw the victim was Mr. Jack Hammer. Mr. Hammer, for some reason, stole a Steel Samurai costume. Then he went to Studio 2. This is madness. Jack Hammer is the victim. The victim. Why would he steal a Steel Samurai costume? Are you suggesting he did it to cover up the details of his own murder? Well, no, of course not. Or do you have proof? Give me proof that the victim, Jack Hammer, stole the costume. I have proof. Phoenix is still a rookie, but... he's still a rookie, but I'm curious what he's got. Now that they're surprised, I'm suddenly much less conflicted. I think I'm right, though. Here's my proof that Mr. Jack Hammer stole the costume. Oh, this could work. I think it's this. This is it, an empty medicine bottle. I found this on the table in the employee area, the same table where Mr. Hammer and Mr. Powers ate. The label reads sleeping pills. Sleeping pills? Defendant Mr. Powers spent that entire afternoon sleeping. He was drugged by Mr. Hammer. Wait a moment. That bottle does raise some suspicions, yes, but there's no proof that Mr. Hammer used it. Your Honor, I have an idea. An idea? Very well, let's hear it. I want to check this bottle for fingerprints. If my claim is true, Mr. Hammer's fingerprints should show up on this bottle. Got him. Every time we get Edgeworth, I feel happy. The storytelling in this is so good, but also, man, I am the amount of work my brain has to do for this is much higher than average. Suppose you're right. Very well. The court will take possession of the bottle. Give it to the judge. I hope you used gloves for that one. The court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for today. Cody Hackins' testimony has revealed new possibilities in this case. In fact, things may have happened very differently than we previously thought. Steel Samurai seen by Miss Olbag may have been the victim, Jack Hammer. The scene of the crime was not Studio 1, but Studio 2. And those in the trailer did have time to commit murder. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Your homework is to find the answer to the following question. Why would Mr. Hammer steal the Steel Samurai costume? Also, who killed him and why? Find the answers for me by tomorrow. A lot of homework. Mr. Edgeworth? You will need to reconsider your stance in this case. Above all, you will need to reconsider your suspicion of Mr. Will Powers. As you say, Your Honor. This trial will be extended until tomorrow. This is the last extension. Very well. Court is adjourned. This case is suddenly getting a lot more nuts as we go. This case is crazy. Woo, that was a close one. We were saved by a hair, but that's all that counts. Okay, I have a question about the Mia Maya thing. Is it just gonna consistently... Is Mia gonna consistently pop in every time Phoenix needs help in this first game? Not a bad thing. I'm just curious. I'm just more, like, curious to her presence. I thought seriously about going home about 3 times during the trial. Me too. Really? You both seem so confident. Ah, maybe I should take up a career in acting? But I pronounced you dead about 3 times back there. Me too. Dead? Of course we're kidding. You sure? I wasn't kidding. Now, Mr. Powers, we have to go make our final investigation, but I promise you, we'll find the true killer by tomorrow's trial. Right, thanks. Poor guy. I feel bad for him, but also, my goodness. That's wild. Ugh, need some water. In this case and in the next, yes, but less so later on. I imagine she'll pop in less just due to the nature of it. Right, in co-law offices. That was a close one, huh, Mia? Really? Too bad. Sorry, I missed it. Oh, hey, Maya. So, what happened? Well, I think I've got a pretty good idea who did it. Now all I need is a motive and proof. Wow, good going, Nick. Under the initial trial system, tomorrow's the last day we have. Initial trial? What's that? That's the new court system that they introduced 2 or 3 years ago. They had so many cases in the system, they decided to speed the whole process up. So under the system, trials have to end in 3 days. Yeah, pretty much. We've no time to waste. Where does Maya go when Mia enters her body? Also, why is the transformation physical? I guess I'm curious to many things in this world. Let's see. Let's go to the detention station first. Just right, you did very well again today, thank you. Oh, thanks. Can you not look like you're about to burst into tears? Wow, Nick, you really must have wowed him in there. You wipe that grin off your face. Hey, WP, only 1 day left. Make it count. Yeah, though there's not really anything I can do to help. Not sure what I could do either. Please, this is no laughing matter. Director Manella. Can you tell me anything about Mr. Manella? Oh, he used to be a minor straight-to-video director, but something in his work caught Vasquez's eye. He brought the Steel Samurai idea to him. Now everyone knows the name Sal Manella. Here he's pretty much at her beck and call, though. Whenever she says jump, he asks how high and all that. Like, that is the most insane statement. Yeah. Maya looks like the assistant in the court. She kinda... So, oh, right. User. So, Mia is dead. And Maya is a spirit channeler. So, she can actually channel Mia for a time, basically. And Maya's basically our, like, the Watson to our Sherlock. That's kind of her thing. And Crooked... Oh, yeah, criminal trials. We whittled them down to little under half a week. Seriously, though, 3 days is not enough. It's not enough time for a good investigation. Imagine being at her beck and call, though. I can't imagine him jumping. Yeah, I will say, though... Ooh, water. Let me drink first, and then I'll start talking again. Yeah, thank you. But, yeah, user, to catch you up, Mia was Phoenix Wright's, mentor, and then she got killed, and our second case was solving her murder, and she's now being channeled by Maya in order, and that's how Mia shows up now and then, is that Mia can basically possess Maya, and both physically and mentally, which is bizarre. So we get to have Mia around again. Oh, the producer? She's well respected in the industry. They say she's a genius. A genius? She's been at Global Studios for 5 years now. Right or wrong, nobody dares tell her different these days. Why is that? Ever since she came on board, we've had nothing but hits. Global Studios was on its knees, but she picked it up and made it shine. Oh, and what? Nothing, forget it. I've only heard rumors anyhow. Well, there was Mr. Hammer. He was a big star back in his day, right? Then he dropped off the face of the earth. Oh, yes, you're right. In fact, he was my role model when I started in this business, but he just stopped taking on big roles. That's when he started appearing in little productions at Global. How could he do that? I was really looking forward to a sequel to Samurai Summer. He just gave up being a star 5 years ago. Actually, now that I think about it, that was right when Miss Vasquez came to Global. 5 years ago. So when Vasquez showed up, Mr. Hammer stopped going to big roles. And we also have the occurrences. We also have the occurrences, though, of Miss Vasquez being... She probably organized the whole thing. Hi, old bag. How are you doing? Build Windbag sure is quiet today. You know, this place really is peaceful like this. Nick, take your guards down. Yeah, I bet we could even get those donuts at the guard station if we want. You eat, you die. Woo, she's alive. She's alive, thank goodness. I was wondering about D. Vasquez, the producer. Oh, the studio bigwigs love her, so she always gets her way. She seems bitter. Do you not like the producer? Look, the studio people don't want me talking about her, so sorry. I have to ask you about Salmonella, the director. Sal, he's soft, a pushover. Does whatever Vasquez tells him to. He treats him like dirt, but I think he likes it. Huh? Why would anyone like being treated like dirt? God, I've been on the internet too long. I know there's an answer to this question. That doesn't make any sense, does it, Nick? Or no, it doesn't, Maya. Listen, man, I understand. Would I want to be in that position? No, but I understand. It's like I don't agree with you, but I do understand you. About Mr. Hammer. Heard about what you said today, cheeky whippersnapper. Poor old Hammer. You drag a star down in the sky and stomp on it. Calling him a criminal, a thief. Won't forget this. He's really pissed this time. You listen to me, whippersnapper. My poor old Hammer would never do such a thing. Why would he steal Powers' costume so he could sneak by me? Never stoop so low, it's impossible. Yeah, alright, well, I'm gonna see you later, lady. See you later. I have other things to do. Maya's too innocent. I am grateful she doesn't know this stuff, because, man, it sucks. Guess they're not filming today, either. Didn't want to see them filming just one time. This trial will be done over and done by tomorrow. You can come see them film later. I guess. This is where you found that bottle of sleeping pills, right? Uh-huh. Wonder if there's any other clues lying around. No touching. What? Gumshoe, are you serious right now? Are you serious, Gumshoe? Oh, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to frighten you. Didn't mean? I almost had a heart attack. Guess I can be a little dramatic at times. I love that this guy's our Columbo stand-in. He's such a dork. Suppose it's the actor in me. Dramatic indeed. Ahem. Anyway, I'm here to examine the plate on that table. Wait, are you looking for sleeping pills? Yeah, pal. Traces thereof. Edgeworth. How's Edgeworth doing anyway? Mr. Edgeworth is out of control. He was in the waiting room and he crushed this paper cup with hot coffee in it. Talk about burns, pal. Wow, the fury of Edgeworth. Yeah, crushing paper cups. Why is he crushing paper cups? Hey, whatever happened with that empty bottle? Oh, the bottle of sleeping pills? Well, I got some good news for you about that. They found the victim, Jackhammer's prints on the bottle. So that means, yep, sounds like the one who put Powers to sleep was none other than the victim. So I was right. Sleeping pills added. How goes your investigation? Tell the truth, it's a real mess, pal. Some people think we should pursue the case we already have against Powers. And some people think we should switch suspects. What do you think, Detective Gumshoe? Well, pal, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure I could buy the case against Mr. Powers anymore. Man, you know what I'm actually appreciating so much right now? The fact that both Dick Gumshoe and Phoenix Wright are both getting better at this whole detective work. I appreciate that Gumshoe is taking it. He's not just taking the system as it is, and he's just like, yeah, no, I don't believe this was the case. Feel kind of bad for Mr. Edgeworth, though. What does Gumshoe and Edgeworth have? What does Gumshoe and Edgeworth share? What piece of their history do they share that is the reason why Gumshoe is so tied to Edgeworth? Wait. So you're looking for traces on the sleeping pills, how? For a thorough examination, I gotta take the plate back to the precinct, but I have the capabilities to make a cursory examination right here. Our science guy gave me some testing solution. This reacts to the sleeping pill, see? If there are traces, it'll change color. Wow, neat. Well, Detective Gumshoe, what are you waiting for? He's his golden retriever. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. I understand that. Like, the thing I'm noting the most of all this is that, man, I love that. I love Gumshoe. Also, I will say, just to put it down, knowing how forensic science works, it's like, man, and also knowing court cases. If this is a Japanese legal system, maybe they're faster over there, but the American legal system takes weeks, if not months, to solve a case. It takes a while to get a case down. Well, the testing solution on the plate changed color, all right. So the stuff on this plate had been laced with sleeping pills. Looks like it. Take plate added to the court record. Alrighty. Very cool. Thank you, Edgeworth. That grate's still lying here. They've seen wisdom at last. They know if they fix it, I just kick it off again. That poor assistant. Ooh. Actually, I better just... I'll look around for clues in a moment, but I'm gonna go inside the dressing room and see what's up. Oh, hi. Hi, Penny. How are you doing? What are you doing here? Oh, I was just cleaning up the dressing room. I guess WP won't be using it anymore, so... What? Why? But WP's innocent. Yes, and I'm really grateful for all you've done, but This week is the last episode of The Steel Samurai. Aw, poor Maya. She lost her favorite show. Fuck. Mr. Hammer. I was wondering if I could ask you about Mr. Hammer. Yes. On the day of the murder, he went to Studio 2. Huh? Thought he went to Studio 1. He stole the Steel Samurai costume, too. What? Why would Mr. Hammer do something like that? Oh, I guess the rumor must be true, then. The rumor? Yeah. Ms. Vasquez, that producer, had some kind of hold on Hammer. She had some dirt on him. He'd do anything she said, apparently. Some dirt? What dirt? Dirt. You know, bad stuff. I know what dirt means. About 5 years ago, they were filming a movie starring Mr. Hammer. They were using the new studio, Studio 2. Some sort of accident happened during filming. After that, they never used Studio 2 again. They left the film set the way it was, too. Film set. Was that trailer part of the film set, then? An accident 5 years ago? Yes, in Studio 2. That trailer there was part of the film set. Can you tell us what happened? Sorry, I don't think I can. They really don't want us to talk about it. They really don't want people to talk about it. What the heck? What do you mean, the last Steel Samurai? I know it's a shock, but nothing can be done to save it now. Whoever really did kill Mr. Hammer also signed the Steel Samurai's death warrant. Aww. Heard that Global Studios is going to change its programming. They're not going to make kids shows anymore. What? Why? I don't know. It's sad, but that's what Global Studios decided. Oh, it's probably because of Salmonella and his goofy face. Aren't they making kids shows anymore? The studio bigwigs don't want the Steel Samurai around anymore. They want to forget all this ever happened. They want it quiet. How can they just do that? What about all the kids who love the Steel Samurai? Okay, I'm sure the kids will be fine. They'll find a new hero to follow. That can't be true. If the program just ends, they'll be heartbroken for sure. Heck, say something. Yeah. I think evidence rather than words is called for here. Here, take a look at this. Probably this. And this is... A fan collected all of these photographs. The kids love the Steel Samurai. The show shouldn't just be canceled just so some adults can save face. Man, alright, I have a question. Is it weird that my brain just did the transient link of, oh, just like how Persona, there's bad adults in this world that are trying to take advantage of the systems around them. Oh, yeah, just like in Persona, where bad people are taking advantage of a system and being horrible to people, and they just think they can get away with it constantly. I would think you would understand that better than anyone. You're right. Okay, but what can I do? Well, for starters, you can tell me something. Tell me, what is it that Global Studios is so intent on hiding? Tell me about this accident 5 years ago. Okay. Alright, what actually happened? What happened 5 years ago? Well, I can tell you what I've heard. Apparently 5 years ago, someone died and it was Hammer's fault. Someone died? It was an accident, of course. Anyway, the producer, Ms. Vasquez, managed to hush it up. And that's the dirt she had on Mr. Hammer. And that's why Mr. Hammer would do anything Ms. Vasquez asked him to do. But if it was an accident, right? Why didn't they make it public? Well, you know Mr. Hammer was a big star back then. They were afraid about what would happen to his career forward. I see. You know who knows more about this? Miss Oldbag. She was here at the studios back then, you know. We'll try asking her. She'll talk. I'm gonna ask her, because at this point, I'm pretty sure she just wants to help she wants to help Hammer. Also, I guess while I'm here, I'll examine. I'll examine again. No more food hijinks anymore. The T-bone. Oh, hi, Gumshoe. I turned the corner. Hello. Hi, Gumshoe. How are you doing? Back to the gate. What, you're still slinking around? You like the place so much. Why don't you just take over for me? The old windbag doesn't look so good. Everyone's doing their darndest to forget Hammer. Who do they think made Global Studios what it is today? Hammer. It's all due to Hammer. She's starting to froth at the mouth, Nick. Maybe we should keep a safe distance? Nope. I'm gonna ask her about it. I wanted to ask you about 5 years ago. Oh, God. Who told? Who did you hear that from? Huh? Nichols. Nichols? Nichols, Nick. Penny Nichols, the assistant we talked to. Oh, right. Anyway, we heard about the accident. It was during filming Jack Hammer. He killed a man, didn't he? Whippersnappers. Dredging up dirt on someone's past like that, and the recently departed, no less. Suppose you think this is fun? I mean, no, but... No, I'm just doing my job to protect Mr. Powers. You claim that Hammer stole Powers' costume. Expect me to believe that rubbish? Or do you have some kind of proof? Proof that Hammer stole Powers' costume? Prove that it was the case. Here's my proof. What's an empty bottle supposed to prove? It's a bottle of sleeping pills with Mr. Hammer's fingerprints on it. What does that prove? I'm sure old Hammer had some sleepless nights. Uh-oh. I'm gonna try the plate. Ate a T-bone steak for lunch, correct? Well, yes, so. This is the plate you used to eat that steak. There are traces of sleeping pill powder on that plate. Got him. I see. Or a poor Hammer. You did wrong, Hammer. Rest your soul. This old bag? Okay, you win. I'll talk. Oh, thank you, lady. I was about to say, please help. Please help my case, lady. I just want to know what happened. Really? I'm tired, see? Tired of holding it all in. This old bag. You're right. 5 years ago, there was an accident. A fatal accident. What's worse, the paparazzi took a photo of it. That photo, well, it caused quite a stir. And guess who made it all better? Vasquez. He has ties to the mafia. The mafia? He silenced that paparazzi. That was the beginning. After that, she became a force to be reckoned with here at the studio. I see. But you have to understand, poor old Hammer never meant any harm to anyone. Soulbag. Hold on a minute. Poor Miss Soulbag. Here, take this. A photograph. Whoa. Wait a second. Oh, it's the photo from... This is the picture. Is this the trailer from in Studio 2? Hammer was supposed to fight with a bad guy on the top of those stairs there. He pushed the other actor. The man fell into the flower box fence. Oh, that man is dead. How did you get this? It was a long time ago. I don't feel like much like talking about it. I understand. 5-year-old photo added to the court record. Well, thank you, Miss Oldbag, for helping me out. I'm gonna go to Studio 2 and check what's up. Think back, Nick, to the day of the murder. Mr. Hammer put on the Steel Samurai costume, then he left here to go to Studio 2. Right, but why? I wonder if someone called him, like the director or the producer. Vasquez is tied to the Yakuza Mafia, still wild. See, here's the thing. If it's the Yakuza, then it's like, okay, she has ties to local gangs. That's one thing. If she has ties to the Mafia, that would imply that she's... Well, in whatever Mafia it is, it's like, okay, if whatever Mafia that is, that's still like... That would imply that she's from somewhere else and came in with that. Move. We're gonna go to Studio 2. Hi, Vasquez. How you doing? Hey, Nick. It's Miss Vasquez. Hello. Hello. H-E-L-L-O. Maya, you should at least try to be polite. I'm watching the clouds. That's all she had to say, apparently. I was wondering if you could tell me about Mr. Manila. You must talk about that man. Perhaps you could talk about it in the trailer by yourselves. Mr. Powers wasn't the killer. You don't have to cancel the Steel Samurai. I think I'm tired of the Steel Samurai. Did it? Heck, she did it. She's the killer. I don't know what it was before it was localized, but I suspect Yakuza. Fade Blood speaks to me. Oh dear. I imagine it was Yakuza, but if they went with Mafia specifically, that also wouldn't specifically dictate what country she's from, which is a curious choice. Mr. Hammer came here on the day of the murder and... Shush. What? Perhaps you didn't hear me. Watching the clouds. Not interested in talking to you. He's like, Nick, she's really ticking me off. You suck. Go inside your trailer. I'll see you later. Wasn't the assistant cleaning up yesterday? Funny, it still seems pretty messy in here. I guess she was still on a high from getting that rare card she needed. Around. Where they had that meeting. Then I said to use the Steel Samurai. Sure. Oh. Dynamite Samurai. Samurai Summer. Oh wow, this has been years since I saw that show. Well, it's typical summer romance stories, but it was great. I feel like at some point I know that I have to write a romance book at some point. Not because I want to, but because I feel like I should. I feel like I should try every genre. Though I imagine if I come up with a romance story that I would actually like, then I guess I would like writing it. I just have to find something that, you know, it fits me. I feel like a writer should be able to write any genre. It's just a matter of finding a way to flavor that genre in a way that they enjoy. I think if I did romance, it would definitely be something like Book of Life, or this. It's like equal parts fighting, equal parts adventuring, equal parts romance. You know, it's like, oh, the romance is the main plot thread, but it should be, the subtext should be an adventure of some kind. Not as fun when it's just like, oh, I love you, oh, I don't love you, oh, back and forth, oh, will they, won't they? It's like, oh, that's boring. Add some fun to it. Have like a dragon or something. Add a T-Rex. add dinosaurs to everything. Can I present her the picture and see what happens? Actually, I'll go to Studio One before I do that so I can check for all evidence I can. I'm fairly certain that, oh wait, I don't have my Studio One card, that's right. Can I give you back your key? Alright, well, I can't go into Studio One anymore, that's right. So... I mean, yeah, I think it's something you should think about. I think it's something you should think about tackling, but don't pursue it in a way if you can't make fun. If you can't make fun out of it, I mean this for any genre, not just romance. That's true, Crooked. Yeah, I think it's true though. It's like if you're gonna tackle a genre, if you're going for genre writing, it's important to write in a way that you enjoy more than anything, because I feel like the most authentic stories come from writing something that you genuinely will enjoy. And if it's not a book that you want to. I think about what to do in tomorrow's trial, because Edgeworth is pretty angry with him. Is anyone in here? Nope. Okay, gone too. I should probably double check if there's... Nope. Okay, cool. I guess I'll just go back to there and see if we can present it. But if you're gonna write any story, it's important that you are invested in the story yourself. It's not... Because if you just write things for the sake of writing things, it doesn't feel... You don't really get the feeling that you would get from authentic portrayals of the soul. And I think writing a story is, in a way, projecting your soul outward, you know? It's like, hey, you're gonna put a piece of yourself out there. And if you're not really feeling it, you're just kind of putting it out there. It's like, oh, it's not really a piece of the truth of you. It's just a detachable part of your persona. Can I present her the image? I'll present her the image. You know what? I did this to Red White. I'm doing it again. He's not even looking. Where did you get that? Well, old bag. Old? Means the security lady, Miss Oldbag. Right. Anyway, Miss Vasquez, you heard this incident from the press, didn't you? Uses to control Mr. Hammer. The wind. Huh? Got stronger, don't you think? The wind. The conversation interesting. Let's talk about it more inside the trailer. Nick, she went inside the trailer. I don't trust this. We should have a weapon. You came. Ma'am, I don't do that. Only the safety of my own home. Do I do that? Well then, what was that you were talking about? Why is she so eager to talk all of a sudden? Miss Vasquez, you're using that accident. You were blackmailing Mr. Hammer so you could control him, weren't you? That's why he was doing kids shows for petty change. So I'm a blackmailer now? Well, that's what it was, wasn't it? I mean, sure, it was an accident, but you used it to drag Mr. Hammer down from his rightful place as a star. Oh? I haven't pulled anyone down from anywhere. Mr. Hammer's career went sour of its own accord. But you were the cause. You pressured him. To think it was just an accident. Excuse me. What is this all about? Keep saying accident, accident. How are you so sure? What do you mean? Must I spell everything out for you? Think. What would it be if it wasn't an accident? No. No way. You mean Mr. Hammer did it on purpose? This is what I mean. Oh, now she's really smug. What the heck is this? Where's your proof? Can you prove it? Just think. Would he have let me run his life for 5 years over a mere accident? And I ran him hard, believe you me. The security lady said it was an accident. Oh. Well, she was a big fan of Hammers, you see. She jumped on the reporter who brought that photo into the studio. He wrenched it out of his hands, she did. Gave him a few bruises, too. That's why she had the photo. She's an old fool. Of course, all the reporter would need is the negatives. Could have made a copy. But he didn't. The only copy of that photo is the one you hold. Give it to me now. What? This is valuable evidence, boys. Who are they? Professionals. They're good at erasing various things. What do you think? Would you like to be erased? What? Trial ends tomorrow? How unfortunate. It's a shame you'll have to miss it. Tell me why. Why do you want this photograph so badly? This is Mr. Hammer's dirt, no? Why should D. Vasquez care about it at all? Phoenix hasn't learned his lesson. He never does. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to think about that where you're going. So long, friends. Boys, a race away. No. Is Maya gonna do something? Maybe. Hold it right there. Oh, Gumshoe, thank God. I heard everything, pal. D. Vasquez, you're coming down to the precinct with me now. Not bad. Very well. It appears this contest will be decided tomorrow then, in court. I'll be looking forward to it. Oh, thank God, Gumshoe. Oh my God. Hey, you okay, pal? Oh my God, Gumshoe. Holy crap. Thank God, man. Sorry I was a little late with my entrance. I don't get many chances to practice that sort of thing. Detective Gumshoe. Thank you, thank you. Thank goodness. Really scared, huh? Don't mention it, pal. Just doing my job. In with the save. Okay, yeah, no. Gumshoe is... Alright, of all the characters in this game, Gumshoe is top boy. He gets top billing. Get out of here, Phoenix. We gotta look at this man. He's earning his status as the Omega. This is great. Detective Gumshoe? Sorry, it's just I've wanted to say that line ever since I became a detective. Aw, poor guy. Okay, got one more job to do today. Sure, we'll run into each other again soon. Well, Nick, it looks like we're getting close to the bottom of this. Who's at the bottom? D. Vasquez. We actually did it. Holy crap. That's amazing. Holy crap. That was very good. It's also really nerve-wracking because I'm like, Phoenix Wright, please stop going into buildings where someone says, hey, do you want to go to never go to a secondary location. Your chances of survival go down exponentially when you go to a secondary location. If somebody says, hey, we should go somewhere else to talk about this, it's like, no, we can talk about it here. If you don't talk about it here, I will take it as a threat and I will attack you. If we can't talk about it if we can't talk about it under God's blue sky, then we ain't talking about it. We're just gonna, that conversation will wait. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Today will be the final day of this trial. Hope both the prosecution and the defense will be able to present decisive evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement. Ooh, let me get a stretch in some water. And I'm gonna stretch really quick. Hang on. Yesterday's defense, the defense presented us with a new theory for this case. Oh, I need to stretch my neck and back out. Ooh. Ugh. There we go. Ooh. Claims that the scene of the crime was in fact Studio 2. Oh boy. Good heavens. Today I will call on people present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. Broke the thing again. Oh, there we go. From the testimonies, the truth will become clear. Very well. Edgeworth seems to be a bit on edge today. I mean, yes, his name is Edgeworth, my man. May I call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution calls Miss D. Vasquez to the stand. Miss D. Vasquez is a producer who was present in the Studio 2 trailer that day. Why are you still smoking in here? Will the witness state her name and occupation? D. Vasquez. I'm a producer for Global Studios. Why are you still smoking in here? Is this a building allow smoking? On the day of the murder, you were in the trailer in Studio 2. As everyone here knows, yes? I dislike needless banter. You must pontificate. Do it when I'm not here. Good lord, this lady is so rude. Very well, Miss Vasquez. Please give the court your testimony concerning the day of the murder. Nick, I know she did it. Make her pay. Right, she's guilty. I'll catch her with her pants down, so to speak. Alright, lady, let's see what you got. I entered the trailer a little before noon. The meeting began at 12 sharp. It ended at 4. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks on the table in front of the trailer. We found Hammer's body later when we all went to Studio 1. That's all. I have a question about one part of your testimony. Oh, thank you, Judge. You were fatigued, so you had Sal take you. The van. There's a van at Studio 2. I had him take me in that. I thought it might be risky to walk with that monkey's head toppling over. Van added to the... I see. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. This is the final battle. Wait, I have a question. So, wait, he took her at 4? But it wasn't cleared until 5. Or like 4:30, wasn't it? I'm gonna save really quick. Just to be safe. Save here. Alright. I think we got this case. I think we got this. Hang on. Let me make sure I understand the evidence I have on hand. Block the scene of the path. Okay. Meeting began at 12 sharp and ended at 4. So there was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks in front of the trailer. Well, Nick, find anything? I kind of wish she'd said a little more. It's hard. I think she's pretty used to being the boss, but I'm pretty sure you'll find some kind of contradiction in what she said somewhere. I think I know where it is, but... Ended at 4. There was a rehearsal. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. What's that? Oh, wait, no. This would have been cleared out at 4. Drive to Studio 1 afterward. Alright, so it has to be... I think I should probably also press some of these. By yourself. Yes. And you didn't stop in at the employee area. No. Are you always this terse? Yes. Oh, dear. Are you always this terse? I see. I want to ask more question. Did no one leave during the meeting? No one. Come on, let's talk a bit more than that. The witness did not come here to engage in idle conversation. Stop interrupting the testimony. Same can be said to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Please stop banging on your little desk. It hurts my ears. What the... Why is she so mean to everybody? Good lord. This lady deserves to be in jail. My goodness. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal... I have a question about the fatigue. Hold on. You had Sal take you. What does that mean? Means what I just said. Had Sal take me to Studio 2 van. 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Terse is a good word. I should use it more. It's very good. I think terse is very good alongside... There's a couple of other words like frigid. Frigid is another one that I think should be used more often. Because brisk being used both for temperature and for a stride, like a brisk stride when someone's walking. Also very good. Fix some things. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks at the table in front of the trailer. Okay, something here ended at 4. This is a hard one for me to parse because I'm like, okay, what can I throw to break this up? A little before noon, began at 12 sharp, ended at 4. Supposed to be rehearsal afterwards. Okay, I'm gonna save really quick, but I'm gonna try presenting for this particular piece. I want to present the monkey head and see if I can get it. Nope, it didn't work. Okay. Okay, load back up. Fight the dust. Fight the dusto. Hang on. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. I'm gonna try throwing the monkey head at that. Nope, that doesn't work either. Crap. Okay, back it up. Damn. I thought I was onto something there, but I'm a bit concerned. I don't quite know what to make of that part. He has a bunch of butterfly motifs. I don't know what the deal is with that. Let's see. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. At 2:30, we took a 15-minute break in the meeting. Sal and I ate T-bone steaks in front of the table, in front of the trailer. Saying bites the dusto, it makes me think Maya's our bomb and it activates on penalty. Sal. No. I mean, someone else. One person is enough. She committed murder during that break. She wouldn't have had time to eat a steak. I had some evidence that proves she didn't eat that steak. Well, Nick, find anything? I kind of wish she said a little more. I had some evidence she didn't eat the steak. She's just our bomb. That's how it works. Okay, I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna save here now. I think what it is, if I'm being honest, I think what it is that some piece of evidence here proves that she didn't eat her steak. I think part of me wants to say it's either the camera or might be the camera. No, it's not the camera. Crap. It's not. It was not the camera. Crap. Okay. It's something here. It's something with the steaks. Something with the steaks. Which one? Well, I just pressed this one. I'm trying to figure this out again. Don't hit your desk, it irritates me. Yeah, Mr. Wright. Oops. It was a 15-minute break. Oh, bless America, man. This lady is hard to crack. Sal, no, someone else. One person is enough. If she committed murder during the break, she wouldn't have had time to eat a T-bone steak. If I can provide some evidence... Ended at 4. There was a rehearsal at Studio 1. I was fatigued, so Sal took. What evidence here would have proven that this is the case? If I can prove she didn't eat the food. Let's save here again. I think it might be the... It's not this picture. It's not this picture, but maybe it's the other one? Don't think it is, but... Nope, it wasn't this one. Ugh. The game is getting tired of my BS because I keep loading back and forth. Oh, hang on. Moment. I definitely messed something up. Hang on. I said something earlier to the case of the Edgeworth the legend. This case shows Edgeworth the man. Yeah, he's really like he's losing himself in this case, isn't he? Present. I think it's this case. It's something in this statement that I have to present. What would work? Oh man, I'm trying to get my brain to where it's supposed to be for this. What piece of evidence here would link to it? Not the monkey. Not the guide map. Not, is it the stake plate? Would it be the stake plate? I don't think that would be how it works, but some part of me wants to say that this could be the part. It is. Oh, it is. Holy crap. As I thought. Claim you ate a T-bone steak. But I say you did not. What's this now, Mr. Wright? Look at this. It's a plate. This plate was on the table in the employee area. As you can see, a large bone had been left behind. Mr. Wright, need I remind you, it was a T-bone steak. Exactly my point. Remember, if you will, Ms. Vasquez and Mr. Manella ate at a table outside the trailer. Wait, there's nothing on those plates. Yet there are no bones left on the plates. The plates are bare. I got her. Got him. Ms. Vasquez. Tell me, how can a person eat a T-bone steak and not leave the bone? I think I know how. You didn't eat the steak. You didn't eat any steak during that break. You took your steak and threw it somewhere, like that incinerator. The face she makes when she gets mad is really funny. I see. Then what was Miss Vasquez doing during her break? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? She was meeting with the Steel Samurai. I appreciate this method. Are you saying? Yes, Your Honor. As Mr. Vasquez left the trailer to eat her steak, you ran into Steel Samurai, and then you did it. You killed him with your own hands. The face she makes is so funny. It's just like, ugh. Mr. Wright, isn't that a little presumptuous? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull, Wright? Let him claim what he wants. Yes, say I did it. Yes. Fascinating. Here I was worrying today would be as boring as all the rest. Very well. Let us have a battle of wits, you and I. Any day, Vasquez. Good luck, Nick. Alright, what's your... What is this boss battle music? Let's see. What was the murder weapon again? Oh yes, the samurai spear. Yes. I am, as you can see, a woman of petite stature. How could I possibly use the weapon? I think you would have a great deal of difficulty using it as a weapon. Pretty much anyone would. Ah, you see? Yes, however, that has no bearing on this case. Meaning, the samurai spear was not the murder weapon. What? Oh, I am so fascinated. What is the meaning of this? The spear was found lying next to the victim's body. I have proof, Your Honor. I can prove the samurai spear was not used as the murder weapon. Save. It's not the photo. I would like to say it's the van. The van is probably the thing. But I feel like that would be... Oh man, I wish I saved a little closer to this crap. Right. How do I... Okay, crap. He had a wound. The chest by a spear. Wait a minute, but it got... Wait, didn't the... Wait, I have a question. If it got fixed later, right? So this weapon got fixed later, right? If it got mended, couldn't you have just used the tip of it to stab somebody? I'm trying to figure out which piece of evidence to throw down because I don't have enough space to throw. Crap. I'm trying my best to catch the... I think they imply it's still too heavy, even in half. Picture them. What do I use? The van? It says here that he pierced through the chest by a spear, but how do I... Can I use the van? Do I use the van? My method? I want to use the van. That's kind of my go-to right now, but I'm like, I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm trying to figure this one out. Not this picture. It's not that picture, but I think it's the van. You have to think outside the box. Why did he get that wound if it wasn't the spear? Oh! It is this. Wrong, Mr. Wright. But I haven't said anything yet. I know you well enough to know you're going to present the wrong evidence. Has it too with my fey blood. Yeah, okay, so I picked the wrong evidence. Enough of the sensing. Right. Here's the real evidence. So it wasn't... Wait, it wasn't that picture? Really? If it wasn't this picture... Because this picture shows the... What? But this picture shows someone falling on the thing. Would that not count? How do you get that wound if it wasn't this? That's what I'm trying to think, because I thought that was this picture. I thought it was this one. Is it not this picture? I haven't said anything yet. Oh, I jumped the gun with my hands. I was wrong. I mean, in this case, van. No. Wrong. I haven't said anything yet. Well, at least I have infinite choices here, but, this? I'm just like, I'm just gonna keep... I'm gonna keep throwing evidence at it, I guess? This. Can you try to say something other than what I thought? Y'all... What the heck? What evidence is it then? I'm staring at all this evidence and I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh. Take plate. He's disproving the weapon by presenting the weapon. Probably. Present my proof, the so-called murder weapon. But that is the murder weapon. Not so fast. Remember that the spear broke during the morning action scene run-through? But someone fixed the spear. It was the security lady. She fixed it with duct tape. Now tell me, how is it possible for someone to stab a man who's wearing a thick costume with this through the chest? Order, order. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? Thinking about what your... Silence. I'm the one testifying here and I will be heard. What the... You're just gonna shut off your prosecution? My goodness. Are you quite sane? Are you even aware of what you're saying? The samurai spear was not the murder weapon. Pray tell what was. How was Hammer killed? Well, Mr. Wright, can you tell what weapon was used to kill Mr. Hammer? I can. Would I make a claim like that if I couldn't tell you what the weapon was? I'm afraid your confidence can sometimes be unfounded, Mr. Wright. Very well. Let's see this murder weapon, then. It is the picture now. Look at this photo. What is this? Why, that's Jack Hammer standing at the top of the stairs. Sorry, I started you in the wrong direction there. You know what? You know what, Crooked? It was the right direction at the wrong time, which I still take as a good thing. I appreciate your assistance regardless. I cannot order this trial will be suspended. Mr. Wright, what is all this about? This photograph is from 5 years ago. There was an unfortunate accident in Global Studios. This is a photo of that very accident. Not a word of this was leaked to the outside. It was a close-kept secret at the studios. What does this have to do with the current case? Mr. Edgeworth, you still can't see it? See the fallen man in the fence post? See how the fence post pierced him through the chest? What? Are you saying? Yes. What happened 5 years ago? Has happened again. Got him. She looks so stunned. Mr. Wright, continue. It's 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder. Miss D. Vasquez meets Jack Hammer outside the Studio 2 trailer. and then she did it. She pushed Mr. Hammer off the stairs onto the fence. Just like Mr. Hammer had himself done 5 years ago. So whether she did it on purpose or by accident, I cannot say. In other words, the victim, Mr. Hammer, he died in the same way that he caused another man to die. 5 years ago. Precisely. Ironic, isn't it? Oh, very creative, Mr. Wright. I could use a man like you on my script writing staff. Deny what I say is true. Mr. Wright, let's say, for the sake of the argument, that Hammer died at the trailer as you say. Yet the body was found at Studio 1, was it not? And in the evil magistrate's costume, no less. Are you claiming that I carried the body to Studio 1 and returned to the trailer all in the space of a 15-minute break? How could I have disposed of the body? The break in the meeting at the trailer lasted 15 minutes from 2:30 to 2:45. Could Jack Hammer have been pushed off the stairs to his death, then carried to Studio 1 and placed inside his costume? There wasn't enough time. Indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, how could she have dealt with the body? What if she had another way to carry the body other than with her own hands? Like, say, for instance... Actually, for that matter, there's no need for her to do the deed in 15 minutes. And there was a way for you to carry that body. Interesting. Let's hear it then. Mr. Wright, please show how she carried the body. The very van she presented. Ms. Vasquez, you carried the body to Studio 1. And you used the studio van to do it. That one seems pretty easy. That one seems like an easy connection. Recall your testimony. There was to be a rehearsal afterwards, so we went to Studio 1. I was fatigued, so I had Sal take me. There was a van there, right? I had Sal drive me. You used the van to carry the body to Studio 1. Then, before everyone else got there, you put the body in the magistrate costume. Hold on, Wright. Don't forget, it was Sal Manella who drove the van. Are you suggesting that Mr. Manella was a conspirator? Of course he was. Of course Sal Manella has to have been a conspirator. The body had to be placed in the van and put into the costume. There's no way Miss Vasquez could have done that alone. And also, don't forget, they had to dispose of the Steel Samurai costume. They had to, because it was covered in Mr. Hammer's blood. They probably burned it in that small incinerator. Well, Miss Vasquez, shall I continue? Alright, what's your play here, Vasquez? No need. Smarter than you look, Mr. Wright. I lose. You win. It was fun. What? I win? What? Huh? Everybody's just like, huh? So, what happens next? Don't question mark me. Don't you have anything to say? What would you like me to say? Huh? I lost? Something like that? I just said that. Wait, so you mean... D. Vasquez, so it was you. You killed Jack Hammer. Huh. It's the way that everybody's so quiet about it. Like, yes. He's just like, yeah. Who can say? Huh? Are you sure I did? Mr. Wright, we just engaged in a battle of wits. As the result of that battle, you proved the possibility that I murdered Hammer. Right. But that is only a possibility. Proof is another thing altogether. You lack decisive proof, Mr. Wright. What? What? What do you mean I lack decisive proof? Order. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Of course, it's, as the witness says. Certainly, it does seem very likely she did it, but there's no proof. Edgeworth isn't sure. Well, I came here as a witness today. If you have no more questions, I'll be leaving. What do I do now? I'd like you to testify again. Know when to give up, Mr. Wright. Think about it. Even if I were to testify again, what's the point? I can only say what I said before, the truth. I already said all there is to say. What would happen if I said it again? You ask the same questions, get the same answers. It's a waste of time. Damn. To come so far only to fail. Please tell me. I'd like to end the cross-examination of the witness. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I was hoping to come up with a question while I was objecting, Your Honor. I didn't. I see. Very well. Your Honor, I requested the witness testify again. You are the prosecutor, are you not? Why are you badgering me? I'm your witness. I just want to hear your testimony again. Does this make any sense to you, Your Honor? I don't see that we have anything to gain by repeating the last several minutes. This is my favorite part of the whole trial. Mr. Edgeworth, I too see little point in making Miss Vasquez repeat herself. What exactly did you want her to testify about? Well, yes, barely I say, ergo. I want to hear about what happened after they found the body. After they found the body? Very well. The witness will testify to this court concerning this matter. Nick, why did Edgeworth... Who knows? He probably realized she did it too. But wasn't he the one who said that he always gets a guilty verdict? After all that, Edgeworth. I wonder what's up with him right now, after finding the body. Okay, so what's up? I was with Sal and Oldbag, the security lady, when we found the body. The assistant was there too. Only Powers was absent. I immediately called the police, then Powers showed up. Security lady Oldbag was quite agitated, pointing at Powers saying he did it. I asked to be left out of the proceedings. Went back to the chair to get my script and direction notes. Then I went home. Wait, she couldn't have gone for the direction notes because we found them. Okay, Nick, we're close, real close. She may be acting tough now, but if you put her on the spot, she's sure to falter. Find the key you need to twist the truth out of her. But she didn't have the script because we had to go get it for her. I know that because I'm gonna go for that actually. The script and your direction notes. Yes, they're quite valuable. It wouldn't do to have them stolen. No, I guess not. Wait a second. I thought you came to Studio 1 for a rehearsal. Why didn't you bring your script and notes? Well, I was under the impression that we wouldn't be able to rehearse anything. Why? There was a murder after all. Who could think of rehearsing after that? I guess. Very well. Miss Vasquez, please continue. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I have an objection to the witness's last statement. Huh? Think. Miss Vasquez said she didn't bring the script because there wouldn't be a rehearsal. Don't you see what that means? She would have had to know about the murder before going to Studio 1. What are you doing, Edgeworth? What are you up for? What are you doing, Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, what you have just said is a reasonable observation. However, I find it hard to understand why the prosecution would make such a move. Or are you thinking of a career change in defense? I appreciate the concern, Your Honor. I'll stand by my statement, however, regardless of how the court sees my role here. Now, Ms. Vasquez, do you have an explanation? Can't believe Edgeworth is helping me. What is he doing? What is this man on? Edgeworth, what are you on about? So the prosecution is in cahoots with the defense? What kind of court is this? No matter. I think you misunderstood me. I had a perfectly good reason to believe there was no rehearsal. Very well. The witness will change your testimony to reflect this reason. I knew that Hammer was injured and couldn't do... Hammer was injured? How did you know about the... How did I know? Sal, he told me. Sal, the director. You have to find something to peg this on her. Everything we've done will have been to now. I knew that Hammer was injured? Wait, no, Hammer wasn't injured. It was... What? But it wasn't him? I'm gonna save really quick, just to be safe, but... Wait, it's not Hammer, it's... Then... It wasn't Hammer, though. It wasn't Hammer. You knew that Hammer was injured. Don't you think that's a little funny? I mean, it was the Steel Samurai who was injured. It was Will Powers. What? You fool. A classic Freudian slip. Yes, Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg in this photo. But that's because he was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Pretending? One person was injured in the run-through that morning. That person was Mr. Powers, not Mr. Hammer. Now, why did you think it was Mr. Hammer who was injured? I already said it was Sal who told me. That's right, he must have gotten it wrong. I think not. Mr. Manella was at the run-through that morning. He would have known it was Mr. Powers who was injured. He saw it happen. Why would he tell you the wrong person? Miss Vasquez. You didn't hear anything from Mr. Manella. You saw Mr. Hammer limping with your own eyes. Yes, but... wasn't it Mr. Powers who was injured? Yes, but remember, Mr. Hammer was dragging his leg too. He was pretending to be Mr. Powers. Ah, and when he was doing this, well, it would have to have been after he put on the Steel Samurai costume and went to Studio 2 where he was murdered. Exactly. Miss Vasquez, you met him, didn't you? You saw the Steel Samurai limping. Mr. Hammer was in that Steel Samurai suit. That's why you were confused. That's why you thought it was Mr. Hammer who had been injured that morning. I'm really confused by why Edgeworth suddenly decided to side with us on this one, but I appreciate it. It is impressive, if mildly concerning. I will have order. Witness. You refute this claim. God, it's so good. God. And what is she gonna say? What are you gonna say, lady? You've been smoking like a chimney over there. Yeah, let's see you sneak out of this one, Vasquez. Very well. I have a question for you. Really? Why are the real killers always so persistent? Why in the world would I want Mr. Hammer dead? Yes, he'd fallen on hard times, but he was a star. I had nothing to gain from his death. You would need a motive. Why would she have killed the victim? Save real quick. Does the defense have anything to say on this matter? Of course I can prove it. I have proof and I'll show it to you. I present the court evidence as to Ms. Vasquez's motive in this murder. I mean, it would probably just be this. It probably would be this. This is my proof. This is the photo from before. This photo reveals the motive of the murder. I'm right, aren't I, Ms. Vasquez? 5 years ago, Mr. Hammer was at the height of his fame. With D. Vasquez's help, a terrible accident was swept under the carpet. Ladies and gentlemen, the case currently up for trial began on that day 5 years ago. Ironically enough, that accident precipitated Mr. Hammer's fall. His fall from stardom. His guilt weighed him down, no doubt. However, you, D. Vasquez, used Mr. Hammer. You made him work for you for petty change. Bringing us to the present day, and Mr. Hammer's last role as the evil magistrate. Yes, undoubtedly it was a constant source of shame for the ex-star. One moment, Mr. Wright. We are talking about motives here, yet you have only talked about Mr. Hammer. It almost seems as if it was Mr. Hammer who had killed D. Vasquez, not the other way around. What motive would Miss Vasquez have? Yes, that's right. According to what you say, I would have had no reason to kill Hammer. He was a good source of income for me. I never get rid of useful men. It's a policy of mine. Right. Please explain Miss Vasquez's motive for murder. Okay. Allow me to present the core evidence proving Miss Vasquez's motive. You know what? It's probably the path to glory, if I had to guess. I'm just trying to think, but I'm like, is that right? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. This is my proof. And this tells us why Miss Vasquez wanted to kill Mr. Hammer. I'd say all it proves that the defense attorney has completely lost his marbles. Mr. Wright, court finds you marbleless. Lies you for this waste of time. Dick, we're so close. Think this one through, please. Ask you again. Please explain the motive for murder. Allow me to prove the court evidence. I feel like there is evidence. I just need to find it. It's got to be here somewhere. It's got to be here somewhere. At least I think it is. It can't be the picture again, I don't think. I'm trying to figure this out. Brain, work with me here. I need to figure this out. Come on, think. Brain, work with me here. Not the photo. Okay, so it's not these three. Not the spear. It's not that monkey head. It's not the scrapbook. I don't think it's the camera. And I've already used this photo 12.5 times. That proves her motive. And I have to, I swear it's gotta be something, because I don't think it would just be, oh, you have no evidence, because that would just be the end of the case right there. I'm trying here. I'm trying so hard to figure this out. I'll just try it. I'm just gonna try it. And this tells us Mr. Vasquez, they all approves this complete loss of marbles. Mr. Wright, the court requests that you find your marbles immediately. And I'm afraid I have to penalize you for this waste of the court's time. Nick, we're so close. Think this one through, please. Please explain the motive for murder. I'm gonna save really quick. I'm gonna save here really quick and click she had no motive. Just because I can back up really quick. She had no motive, Your Honor. What's that now? It was Mr. Hammer who was out for blood. All Ms. Vasquez did was push him off the stairs in self-defense. What's that now? Simple. Mr. Hammer was intending to kill Ms. Vasquez. What? What? Your Honor. Jack Hammer drugged Mr. Powers with sleeping pills. Jack Hammer stuck into this dressing room and stole the steel samurai costume. Jack Hammer wore the costume to fool the security lady into thinking he was Powers. Then Jack Hammer made his way to the trailer. And for what purpose, you ask? To kill D. Vasquez, who had so cruelly taken advantage of him all those years. It's a trick question. She didn't have a motive. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Oh, she broke her thing. I see. Trick question. A fantastic trick question. But you did do it, didn't you? Yes. I am guilty. Was me. Oh, is she gonna... Someone call an ambulance. There's blood everywhere. We're too late. Damn girl got the... Not the bitch stick. Those are expensive. You right, Reezy. You right. Especially with how this worked. My god. Ms. Vasquez. She broke her freaking cigarette holder. My goodness. What happened here? Ended up just straight murdering a man. My goodness. Manuel fell from the trailer stairs. Manuel! Ms. Vasquez, please try to remain calm. No. No, how could this? It's an accident. Mr. Hammer was doing an action scene and... No, Manuel. Wait, why is Manuel Ms. Vasquez? Oh, she probably knew him very close. She was probably very close to him. Congratulations, Mr. I lose again. Wait, so what was her... So... Was the person she lost very... Mr. Edgeworth, where's D. Vasquez? In the waiting lobby, Your Honor, as calm and collected as ever. I see. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? It appears you have brought about yet another miracle. This story hurts all around. So D. Vasquez probably knew Manuel very close, was very close to him, and probably was taking out her frustrations on Hammer. They leave it vague. Thank you, Your Honor. Think not, Your Honor. Will Powers was innocent. That he was found is only natural, not a miracle. Yes. Yes, you're right. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, not guilty. I'm fascinated by this, though. This is excellent. That is all. This court is adjourned. It is called a ponce. Excellent. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I'm just glad you're okay. Yes, but it's sad. I know now that Mr. Hammer stole my costume. Bad enough that he wanted to kill Ms. Vasquez. But to think he tried to frame me for the murder makes me sad. Tell me why, Mr. Wright. Huh? Tell me. Why did Mr. Hammer want to blame me? Well, this is what I think. Mr. Hammer wanted to put you on the blame because... I'm gonna say this. Because you were the Steel Samurai. Because I was a Steel Samurai? Mr. Hammer was a big star once, but he was reduced to acting in a kid's show and as the villain to boot. The kids love the Steel Samurai. So he hated you. I think I understand. He could have just told me. I would have changed places with him any time. I think you're missing the point. Thank you. I'm just glad it's all over. So am I. So am I. Congratulations, WP. Oh? Oh, thanks to you. I'll be able to don the Steel Samurai outfit once more. Can't wait to get back into that sweaty costume and... Aw, poor guy. Aw, he has to find out they got canceled. Something wrong? No, of course not. Ah. Nick. Edgeworth. Oh, hi, Edgeworth. I forget how big your forehead is up from the front. That shit's crazy. I could see my future in the reflection of his forehead. Future is bright, if a little bit spooky. Edgeworth gonna give you a kid. he's here to stare at me. It's like a cat. Enemies to lovers, I'm calling it now. Reezy, as I recall, that is pretty much what the internet believes too. That there are 34 reasons why people think that's the case, and I don't agree, but I understand. Behold. I am curious though, how does his hair go up and down like that? That's crazy. Say something right. I'm not good at small talk. Oh god. I hear the gears of someone's mind turning. Huh? What? That was too bad, Edgeworth. Don't waste any time gloating, do you? No, I really want to thank you. Vasquez would have gotten away if you hadn't stepped in. Ah, pleased to meet you. I'm Powers. Ah, or Edgeworth. I'm a big fan of your work, Mr. Powers. Flyer. Right. I must say, I hadn't expected to meet you again after all these years. Meet again? However, in retrospect, it would have been better had we not met. Thanks to you, I am saddled with unnecessary feelings. Oh god, it really is enemies to lovers. Holy crap. He's even holding his arm like he's, like, embarrassed. Saddled with unnecessary feelings. Yes, unease and uncertainty. That's it? Like love, the robot learns love. Reezy's out here shipping the OTP, and we're all just like, oh my god. Are those kind of necessary? They only serve to get in my way. Oh my god. Man really is having a way, huh? Even holding his arm like he's nervous. Listen to me, Phoenix Wright. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. That's why I came here to tell you. What? Mr. Wright? That's that guy your friend? I shipped them too. I kept it quiet for your sake. Listen, man. Just because I don't understand, just because I don't agree with the ship does not mean I don't understand. Like, listen, man. Like, let me put myself on full blast here. Like, if somebody ships things, somebody ships people, if they have a headcanon, that is between them and the work. If somebody read one of my books and said, I ship these two characters, I would just sit back and say, good for you. No, it's because Edgeworth early on is just a villain. Oh, I imagine dude, there are so many games in this series with Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright. Never do that, rather drive you insane. Reasonable. Me insisting otherwise would give the game away. Well, here's the thing, Crooked. Even from what we've seen so far, and the fact that I know that there are other games, and I'm certain Edgeworth is in those, I kind of get where people would come from that. Like, if you played through all the games and you understood that these characters have a history, a long-standing history of them going back and forth, having this friendly adversarial relationship, I could see where that idea would come from. But what I mean is that, like, if you take in a story and you come to certain conclusions, certain headcanons, like, to me, I'm thinking that Vasquez, like, that the actor that got killed, my personal headcanon was that she probably loved that guy. And that's why she was, you know, making Hammer's life hell, because he basically killed someone that she loved. And that makes sense to me. But the point is, though, is that, like, I'm looking at it and it's like, if you look at it, the way I see it is that a headcanon is formed when the person meets the fiction. And that headcanon is not wrong. It's not like, if your headcanon completely contradicts canon, like what happens in the story, that's one thing. That's called fan fiction. But if somebody interprets the story and takes it in a certain way, and they draw something out of it, Maya has a headcanon too, it seems. I mean, yeah, technically that's just how perspective is. Truly. They're rivals. Rivals, right, Nick? For now we are, I guess. Huh? Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Come on, Nick. Tell me. What's the deal with you and Edgeworth? Oh, do we get to find out? Oh, boy. And so the curtain closed on another trial. I caused quite a stir by revealing that accident from 5 years ago. It was the talk of the town. Thankfully, Global Studios rethought its programming change. They went back to making kids shows again. Oh, they made Pink Princess. Nick, this is it. The new show starts today. You're gonna watch it with me, right? I'll admit, I was kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd seriously go through with it. You have to buy trading cards too, okay? You have to trade with Cody and that assistant. Fine, I'll do it. Isn't it great that WP gets to play the lead again? I wonder if they'll show his real face this time. I don't know. I don't think the world is ready for the real Will Powers. Well, we got the Pink Princess. Amazing. But that's something I've actually prepared myself for with my writing, right? That if somebody read one of my books and said, "Oh, I believe this happened," I would be like, "I can't refute your statement." But even if I don't personally agree with it, it's like it's not like I would tell you, "Oh, you're not allowed to like think of us of like have a headcanon." It's like if you read a book and interpret it in a certain way, that's it. That's just how it is, right? Like, oh yeah, you interpreted the story, so there you go. You interpreted the story, therefore it happened. Like it happened that way. And those interpretations are how we like form the story fully. Because say like when you're reading a book, you and the book are forming the story together. Got ready for case 4. It's been what, 15 years? Oh, we have to be here about that, yes. Oh god, all right, here we go. 15 years is a long time to wait. What am I looking at? Can't imagine how much I've suffered. Looking at. What did we load into? You suffered? Now, perfect opportunity has presented itself. 2 people on a boat in the middle of nowhere. Revenge? What? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas? You dropped his body in a lake? Who the heck is doing that? Oh. Edgeworth? Edgeworth is I turned into Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Edgeworth. He shot him with the Glockinator 9000. Why'd you shoot him? Hey, Nick. You know if there are any good waterfalls around here? What? Waterfalls? Dare I ask why? Duh, Nick. Isn't it obvious? Need a waterfall to stand under, preferably a freezing one. Oh, is that part of your spirit medium training? Of course, except I've been slacking off lately. Need to brave the elements, be forged anew under the rushing spring waters. Okay. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close. Oh, darn. Sorry, but them's the breaks. Can you just take a cold shower or something? A cold shower would be the equivalent of a waterfall, yes. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Good idea. The cold shower does work better. So much for rushing spring waters. Next in the news. A large unidentified animal is sighted at Gourd Lake. The town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy, and the tip of a hat to Nessie, the Loch Ness monster. Though its namesake Nessie proved to be a hoax, locals are confident their Gordy is the real deal. Boring. Can't they show real news for a change? Nick? Water pressure's kind of low in that shower. You want more pressure, huh? Why don't you go down to the fire department and have them spray you with that hose? Good idea, Nick. Apparently, Fey Blood is no aid in detecting sarcasm. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time it's murder. Gourd Lake again? The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning. A suspect was apprehended. Forces inside the police department revealed. The suspect's name is Miles Edgeworth, age 24. Edgeworth is an up-and-coming prosecutor known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long and rewarding career. Has he thrown it all away? Edgeworth? What? Truly, though, how did Edgeworth do something like this? Nick? Maya. Fireman yelled at me when I called him. You got bigger things to worry about than that. They arrested Edgeworth. What? You mean the prosecutor? He's a suspect in a murder. How? Yeah, even if he did it, how? How? And why? Let's go find out, Nick. Yeah, we're gonna... You know, I just realized I have 15 minutes to start this case. I have 15 minutes to start this case. I have a question. Do you guys think it would be a good idea to start this now or start it next stream? Even though we'd be ending a little early. Because I'm starting to realize that it would actually be pretty tough for me to get anywhere with this case and then have to remember it, but I could start it right now. I just realized, though, that I'm looking at it like, wait a minute. How much can I get done in 15 minutes? Roughly. I just looked at that. I looked at the time, and if it ends up like last case, then I'm going to have to make sure I remember details. But we could start it. I don't know if I'm ready, though. Guess we could go to the detention center. You know, Nick, we've been in here one time or another, haven't we? Because it comes with the territory. Not sure if it's something we should mention to too many people. Ah. Hi, Edgeworth. Investigation phase is pretty long. Starting it now means you won't miss much when you come back. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, then we'll get it started and see what we can do. Hey, Edgeworth, come back. Alright, we'll start it. We'll get started then. What are you doing here? We'll start it then. We'll get started. We'll see what we can do, and I'll make some notes for next time. I will write some things down for next time. Next, right. Alright. I'll have it down, so in case I need to have some notes down, I'll write something down. What are you doing here? Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood. Well, he is in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were here? You've come to laugh at the fallen attorney, then laugh. Laugh. Well, why aren't you laughing? Nick, should we be laughing? Nah. Trick. Laugh and he'll get mad or burst into tears. Edgeworth, we don't have so much free time we can come down here to laugh at you. Yes, you do. Actually, he's right. I hope you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this. I didn't want to see you like this either, believe me. What happened? Edgeworth, tell me what happened. Why should I? What are you going to do about it? Duh! We're going to help you, that's what. Help me. You? Don't be ridiculous. Sorry? You're a novice. You've only been in 3 trials. Hey, sure you got lucky and won all 3. But your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, right? Experience. Nick, he's insulting you. Nick? I'm always the one who has to get angry. Murder took place at Gordo Lake, correct? Yes, late last night. The lake is a long way from your offices and the courthouses. Why were you down there? I see no need to tell you. Mr. Edgeworth, you didn't really... Gordy. Huh? I went to see Gordy. Gordy? What's that? I'll tell you later. Why won't Edgeworth talk to us? That's frustrating. He really does not want to say what's happening. I'm gonna handle something. So we do have a little bit to do, so. This is where it happened. Did double check on road. Yeah, Gordo Lake is in the middle of this park. Then I can see some police walking around. Questioning people, probably. Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there? Christmas. It is Christmas. Well, in game. Well, pal, there's enough of us here. Anyone found anything? Sorry, sir, nothing. Idiot, the trial's tomorrow. We need clues on the double. But, sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested that attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. Clear, sir. The one who... Shut up. Just you try to saying that again. I'll make you sorry if you do. Oh, man. Gumshoe. Oh, buddy. Just do that my face, pal. Yes, sir. I think Gumshoe's kind of scary today. Fruits. Peh. Ah. Oh. Hey, you're that hairy guy, Hairy Butts. Right. Phoenix Wright. Will you ever learn my name? What are you doing here, pal? Investigating? Oh, well, yes, I suppose. I'm here to help. Ask me anything you want. Bring it. This is different than usual. I wonder what's up. Mr. Edgeworth actually hasn't asked us to defend him yet. Huh? Oh, you don't say. Do you know who will be Mr. Edgeworth's defense attorney in tomorrow's trial? He hasn't got one yet. What? Trial is tomorrow, isn't it? Well, I don't know the whole story, but apparently no one he's been talking to will take his case. Why not? Mr. Edgeworth won't tell me. When you guys showed up, I figured he'd ask you to defend him. Fortunately not. Well then, pal, you got a job to do. Help out Mr. Edgeworth. Prove that badge you wear isn't some fancy piece of metal. I love this man. Prove it to me, pal. Show me you're an attorney. You don't think Edgeworth is a murderer, do you? Absolutely not. It's impossible. I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it. Right. Who cares what the witness says? I care. You really believe in him, don't you, detective? Of course I do, but police are pretty sure he's the killer. Nobody's even really taking this investigation that seriously. Oh no. After all the help Mr. Edgeworth has been to us, hard to imagine that no one's standing up to take his side. At least you are, detective. At least you are. Detective Gumshoe? You know what happened here? Huh? You don't know, pal? No. Okay, Mr. Head in the fluffy pink clouds lawyer. Head in the what? Never mind, I'll tell you. It happened last night about 15 minutes after midnight. There was a boat out on Gourd Lake. In that boat were two men. One of those men shot the other with a pistol. And the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth? The cop who arrived on the scene arrested him. How did they get there so fast? Well, there was a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake. Witness? So who was the witness? Sorry, pal, it's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. Sure they'll turn up at the trial tomorrow. Was there only that one witness? Yep. It was pretty cold out in the lake last night. It was Christmas Eve, after all. So we're being thorough. You never know when you're going to turn up another witness. That's why we're here to checking things out. We're coming up empty. It's Christmas today. I had forgotten. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick? Talk to Santa. Let's see. Places full of families picnicking on the weekends. So wait, all right, that's right, because Japan doesn't do Christmas the same way as America does. Because we have it as a federal holiday. I don't think that Japan does it the same way, if I recall. No waterfall. How many picnickers come here for spiritual training? Feel winter's chill from the bare leaf trees today. Like, what is it about winter that turns people into poets? I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb. Yes, my poetry has that effect on some people. That's not the effect you really want people to have from your poetry, my man. That is not very good. You don't really have much else, so I guess we'll go talk to Edgeworth again. Nope. Okay, he does not care. Got it. Go back. Huh. Now what do we do? What should we do? What do you mean? Let's investigate. We should talk to Mr. Edgeworth and check out the crime scene. Save aimlessness and confusion for later. I guess I'll just go ask really quick again. Edgeworth, tell me what happened. Why should I? What are you gonna do about it? No, we're going to help you, that's what. Yep. Same thing. Alright, you're a novice. Same thing about luck. I mean, that's why we're helping. Present him the attorney badge. Your attorney's badge? Edgeworth. Let me defend you. Ah. Oh, he's laughing at us. God dang it. Good one, right? But I'm not that hard up. Not yet. What do you mean by that? Me? Trust a wet behind-the-ears lawyer with only 3 trials under his belt? Never. What? My case isn't your hope was right. Every defense attorney I've talked to has turned me down. What? Simply put, they were afraid they'd lose. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lack confidence. After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty. I don't believe it. Regardless, I don't want you involved in this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this. Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask, but you didn't do it, right? Think what but you will. I have only one request, huh? Stay out of this case. Why? Nick is trying to help you. Why is he so adamant about this? I know that. I don't want your help, okay? Why not? Look, just go away and leave me alone. Nick. Mr. Edgeworth did it, didn't he? Alright, let's go investigate elsewhere. But Nick. Man, Edgeworth is really... He's living to his name, my goodness. Is it true no one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case? Yeah, he's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and lost, your reputation would be sort of suffer. What's more, the case against him, well, it's pretty solid. Suppose it would be if they had a witness. Hey, don't tell me you're going to turn your back on him too. Remember the Steel Samurai case? Mr. Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent. I know. I went to Edgeworth, I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, he said. What? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial. He kept saying right over and over. Nick? I'm not sure that's a good sign. Or my. Why wouldn't he want your help? Aw. Gumshoe's just sad. He's like, oh, I want my friend to be out of jail. Don't get it. That's a Gumshoe, sir. What? Find something? No, sir, not yet. There's a call from the precinct. They want to hold an investigation briefing. Briefing? Right, I'm off. Oh, sorry, pal. Guess you heard. I gotta go. Any last things you want to ask before I go back? How to get in touch with you? You're not coming back, detective? Probably not, pal. So what should we do if we have something to talk to you about? Alright, here, I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down and see me anytime. Directions to the police station received from Dr. Gumshoe. Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe. What? We'd like to take a look around in the park. Can we walk around? Yeah, no problem, pal. You got my permission. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy. Yeah, they don't have the time to think about not giving you information. Right, now let's get investigating. So we can go talk to Gumshoe at any time. But we're gonna go to the beach first. Samurai dog? Edgeworth is hard on criminals, but he's just about as hard on himself. I can respect the work ethic. It is similar to my own in that sense. I can respect and I understand that. Christmas again. We got Christmas stuff here. Wowzers, this is Gorda Lake. Yep. I'm not sure it warrants a wowzers though. Hey, some lakes are warranting a wowzers. Probably not. Hey, look at that snack stand. Samurai dogs? I want a samurai dog, please. I bet they're great. Name like samurai dog, how could they not be? A little behind the times though. The kids are all into the pink princess now. Being like, you know? Nope. Party poppers? Oh, someone left some poppers here. You know, pull the string and it goes pop. Yeah, I know the ones. You see them a lot around New Year's. I want to buy some of these. I really like. I want to buy the big conical like party poppers. I want to buy those ones. I really want to buy one of those one time. Hey Nick, they might be a clue. Let's take them. Come on a minute. You just want to pop them, right? Was it that obvious? Poppers. We'll take them. Suppose it couldn't hurt. Huh? Where'd they go? Into my pocket. Not very clue worthy. It might be helpful though. You never know. Trash can is empty. At least the place is well maintained. Huh, I almost didn't see that signpost. Left boat docks, right exit. Tree. Just stare at the tree hard enough and we'll get something. Gorda Lake is really big, yeah. Say, Nick, why is it called Gorda Lake? Oh, well, a long time ago, they used to grow gourds here. Whoa, no way. Sure, it was because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above. You know, like an hourglass shape? Well, it is shaped like a gourd, actually, but that's just a coincidence. Oh, okay. That's funny. Interesting little bit. What's going on in here? Hot dog stand's closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. The banner reads Samurai Dog. Someone really needs to redecorate. Is Christmas. Is Christmas. Every time I hear Christmas, I think of those, oh, what was it? It's the Senor Palo themes. I love some of the investigation dialogue. The investigation dialogue is good. I guess the idea is you buy a dog and eat it here. Not anyone would sit here and eat on a day like this. Except maybe Maya. She had a samurai dog. These benches are nice. I like this. Move. Go to the woods. Oh, that's nice. Or like woods. Ugh. I like it here, Nick. Look, someone's camping. They've got guts camping at the scene of a murder. Hey, Nick. They were camping here last night. They might know something about the murder. That's true. Good call, Maya. Let's go talk to them. Saw that date pop up on screen no matter how fast you click. Still Christmas. It's still Christmas. It's eternally Christmas now. We have been locked in the Christmas dimension. We have been sent to the Christmas dimension. It is our place in time now. This V has seen better days. It's dented all over. Can't believe someone would drive their car down here. Hey Nick, what? Don't tell me you're hungry again? No. I was just wondering, why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum? They didn't talk about that in any of the law books. So there's no law saying they have to be made out of aluminum then. I'm not having this conversation. I wouldn't either. No worries. There's food and some magazines on the sheets. Takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. No camping? Sign says no camping. Funny place to pick to pitch your tent. Wait, what if the sign says no setting tents on fire? I don't think they have signs like that. Oh. I am a little confused why they camped in a place that specifically says no camping. It says no camping. This camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. Must take pictures when triggered by a noise? Wow, cool, let's try it out. Oh, hi, I'm Nick. I'm not saying it loud enough. Hey, I'm Nick! Huh. Nick! Not that. Maybe I'll sneak out of work today. I'm gonna take advantage. It's not Christmas, it definitely feels like it right now. Hey, that's pretty good. Hey, anytime you get to sneak out of work and get to take some time, it's always good. That's a good one. Maybe it's broken? Don't kick it. Maybe it doesn't set to respond to voices. Well, what then? These things? Party poppers? Oh, it did work. Well, responded. Oh, hey you, get your hands off of that. And the Sam Hill? What are you done now? There goes a whole roll of film. Huh? What? Huh? Always Christmas. I'm heading out. Have a good stream. Thank you, Reezy. Thank you for stopping in. Sorry, it's nice, but don't pay my bills. Do you know how much a roll of film costs? I'll pay you back. I don't think you'd send out a party popper to plays like this. Well, what? I'm trying to play stupidly just because you think I'm some country bumpkin. Yeah, I know y'all Yanks think. I say, those Southern folks talk with that exaggerated drawl. Why they must be dumb. Let me tell you, just because I might be dumb don't mean we all are. Nick, help. Who are you now? Are you a chaperone? We're sort of friends. Just figure out what y'all are gonna say and say it for bejesus's sake. God, I'd rather sit through one of Papa's drawls than listen to you stutter all day. Oh boy. You guess we should pay her for the film? Watch it. Yes, ma'am. On second thought, I'll pay later. I'm really sorry. Talk. What happened? What? You see him changing the film my camera here? Someone, I'm not naming names, but someone used up a whole roll. Sorry, that didn't work. Wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention. What? Oh, she's just gonna keep doing that, I see. I'm gonna present my attorney badge. This is my badge, huh? Our badge is supposed to be all shiny and impressive. You a cop or something? I'm a lawyer. What? Now I gotta try and pull one of them lawsuits on me over that film now. I'll have you know I'm a fighter and I wrestle meaner looking things than you. No, that's not it at all. We're here investigating a murder that took place here on the lake. A murder? That's cool. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Go ahead, ask me anything you like. Finally, some cooperation. You too, y'all can come out of hiding now. I won't bite. Hard. I'm thinking of it. Where did Maya get to? Sorry. I was feeling a little overwhelmed with the culture gap and all. Never mind. Never you mind, honey. I can talk Yank for you if it pleases you. Thanks. I think I'll be okay. Great then. I'm Lotta Heart. Really? I'm here photographing meteor showers for a research project. Mighty pleased to meet you. Okay, I'm gonna save here because I think this conversation is gonna be a lot of fun next time. Hello, Lotta. Lotta Heart is amazing. I'm gonna call it here though. We're gonna talk to Lotta Heart next time. My brain is taking that in. That's a good pun. Alrighty. Save again. Just be safe. Okay. Okay, good. I know we're saved. We're good. Okay. So, I'm gonna call it here. So, remember, Sunday... Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Sunday is Monopoly Horse Racing. So, if you want to... I'm gonna make a special redeem just for that day. So, it'll only be... I'm gonna say 300 points, because that's what most new followers would have. And also just because it's cheap. As I recall. You will be able to put down 300 points to throw points at one of the AI players, and whoever wins gets a free Sunday redeem. And that's just how it's gonna be. And also it's gonna be the VTuber model debut stream, so I hope that everything works and it's not scuffed. But we'll see. I hope I can get everything working properly. Most everything's working now, but we'll see. I'm excited. I am excited too. I haven't had a major upgrade since I added this PNG and my new background, which I didn't want to ask about it because I felt like that would be too much of me. Like, oh, how do you guys like the background? It's like I didn't feel like mentioning it, but the new background's the only other thing I've done recently, and I'm happy with the changes I've been making over time. And the nice thing is that if it pleases everybody, then we can use it more often. I hope the new system will be fun and it's usable. But we'll see how it works. So, thank you to everyone who came by, and thank you to everyone who got to stop by to stay to the end. I will see you all soon. I'm gonna see if there's anybody on who we can raid into. Oh, Viper Games. We were just about to raid out ourselves. My goodness. Now, where did we meet last? Where did we meet last, Viper? Thank you so much for the raid. Goodness. You hit out of nowhere. I don't think we've met before. We haven't? How astounding. Let me follow you because I am curious. I have not. If we've not met, then we need to meet right now. Astounding. How'd you get here then? I find it stunning. I find it just frankly just stunning if you just approached. Oh, wonderful. Well, it's lovely to meet you. What were you playing? What were you playing last? Does my shout out command do the playing? Wonder. Let me see if it works as intended. Is Stream Elements gonna do the thing? I might need to send it again. Let me see. Ah, there it goes. They're playing. Maybe it wasn't working properly? Well, if we haven't met before, it's nice to meet you. I'm ODaM. I was playing the Ace Attorney trilogy and found you through Ace Attorney thing. Oh! You know, Viper, I'm starting to realize this is happening. This happens every series I start. I think every single series I've started, somebody has come in because they were viewing the series. Because it happens with Stella Glow. It happens with when I play Eco and Shadow of the Colossus. Nice to meet you as well. It's amazing that I keep meeting new friends this way. Yeah, we're playing Ace Attorney now on Thursdays. That's the day we've been streaming it. Well, that's wonderful. Amazing. Yeah, so we've been playing it we've been got to this part, and this is where we were gonna leave off for tonight. I'm honestly just astounded. This keeps happening. I keep running to people who are avid lovers of the series. It's wonderful because it means I get to find out more about the series, which is amazing. It's been great. It's been great for me to learn about this sort of stuff. We haven't met, so I guess I should explain. I'm a game designer, and a bunch of other things. And I've been playing games as research for both story writing and for game design. And it's been a lovely journey to get to try out all these new games and stuff I never got to play before, and also stuff I've played, so it's been lovely. So. Oh. Alrighty. Now, I probably should call it for tonight because I'm currently trying to have a minor in game design. Wait, no, never mind. I gotta stay here now. I'm like, oh, I'm just like, sorry, I'm gonna be like excited now because I'm like, oh, that's amazing. You're minoring in game design. So what's your major then? I'm fascinated now. I went to college for 4 years for game design. It was a lot of fun for me, but it was also a lot of hard work. Computer science. Oh, I knew a couple of CS majors at my college. That major's really intense. So good on you for putting the time and effort into it. It's hard, and minoring in game design. I know some people did that at my school, but it wasn't as common as game designers picking up a minor in computer science to get some extra programming. Interesting. That's very cool. Well, I hope that you're picking up some really cool skills from it. That's awesome, though. Oh. Yeah, I try to go as best I can into the. Sometimes I get really into the story if a game is really catching me. This game has caught me really well, so I've been really invested. So sometimes I forget to talk about the game design aspects sometimes because I get too excited. But that's why I have a redeem specifically for that, so people can get me on track if they wish. Alrighty. Oh, I should call stream tonight, especially I'm actually starting to feel it in my throat that my throat's like, hey, you're working yourself a little hard here today. It is a good game. It's a fantastic game. I've been having fun with it. Can't wait to play the sequel once I finish it. I do know that right now we're only on one game right now, but if I continue the series, I'm definitely not gonna need to be persuaded to try it. Because this game's already been a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with it, so it's really well written. The writing is especially a standout. I really appreciate this game. That said, I think every game that's been redeemed for me, I think there's only been one that's ever been like specifically not my favorite. And that one was a Sunday game that was a bit of a strange one anyway. But it's like the fact that that's the only one I can think of that was like, we the Ace Attorney game after trilogy is in 3D. Ooh. Yeah, I've been playing. Yeah, I think the trilogy is gonna keep me a little busy, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how many other games are in the series, and I don't know what their history is. So I have to do some research, at least in terms of the development stuff. Very cool though. Well, Viper, if you wish to join us for streams and such, you can. We do stream this every Thursday now. I'd be more than happy to discuss more when we on those Thursdays. I am calling it though. We were just about to end stream when you popped in. I appreciate getting to meet you. This is wonderful. Alrighty, now then. Should probably see if anyone's online so we can raid out ourselves. Is anybody still on? Oh, I don't think I know her well enough. Oh, I mean, you could raid whoever. Clearly, you could raid anyone. Just trying to think of who to stop in on today. I've stopped in on a lot of people the last few weeks, so let's see. I have a big list. Well, that could be fun. I have to think if I'm going to raid today. I think I do know someone. Oh, I think we could do that. See no reason not to. Alrighty. Well, I'll see everybody on Sunday for those who can come, and we will continue this next Thursday. But see you guys soon. We'll go raid Chaotic Koala, I think. I've stopped in on him a few times. This will be fun.